All right, kia ora tātou and welcome everybody to our council meeting of Wednesday the 6th of April 2022. Councillors, we have our order of business, but before we do that, I'll just go through a bit of housekeeping. Obviously, this meeting is online. It's being recorded and live streamed on Council's YouTube channel. Councillors, you know the drill. Please, if you'd like to speak, please raise your digital hand and that'll give us an idea. And officers or speakers, if they could just give their name and title the first time before presenting or answering any questions. In terms of voting, we'll do that by show of hands and unless a division is requested. So I'll go through our order of business this morning. In terms of apologies, are there any apologies? I didn't receive any and I don't think there are any. We do have one additional item around the vaccine passes, an additional paper, very quick paper there. It needs to be resolved to be considered, whether the late item can be considered, and we can take that later in the agenda. So can we have that up on screen, please, Carly? Thank you. So we've got the notification of additional items that Council resolves that late item titled Council Chamber and Vaccine Pass Requirements be received. I'm happy to move that. Could I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Harpiter. And the reasons for lateness are there and the reasons for urgency. Right, I'll open it up. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to really speak to it other than I think it needs to be addressed one way or the other. Does anybody else wish to comment on that or ask any questions? I'll group them together with officers. All right. There being none, we'll just do that with a show of hands that we accept this late item. All those in favour? Against? I can't see a couple of you. I'm gathering you, Councillor Butt and Councillor Barrett.
I'm voting for.
Thank you.
Or I've raised my hand.
Mr. Mayor, you might need it on large gallery if you're not seeing everyone.
Right, thank you. Great, I've got everybody, thank you. Okay, that was passed unanimous. Thank you, Carly. Right, we move now to number 3, which is declarations of interest. And Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out item 14 is the exemption for the Manawatu Wanganui Disaster Relief Fund. I'm a city appointed trustee to that and I'll step down just for purity of not mixing conflict. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That be noted. Okay. Right, number 4 in our agenda is farewell to our former CE, Heather Shotter. And I have a few brief words before I pass to the Deputy Mayor, but I'd just like to acknowledge the service of Heather. She was our 9th CE, or in the past years, a town clerk or a general manager of the city. She was our first woman in that position, and she served the city operationally as our management leader for 4.5 years until her resignation last month. Heather goes to the bigger government house in Wellington with the Department of Internal Affairs in a role within Three Waters. And I, on behalf of Council, just send our best wishes for the future to her. I'll now pass to the Deputy Mayor, who may want to elaborate a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words around Heather. So, thinking back to 2017, I distinctly remember the interview with Heather during our Chief Executive recruitment process, not just because I was in early labour during the interview, but because Heather was clearly offering the fresh thinking and change of approach that we as a council were looking for at the time. Elected members have recently set an exciting new vision of He Iti Rā, He Iti Pounamu, small city benefits, big city ambition, and we were looking for someone to come in and deliver on that. And so Heather was appointed as Chief Executive on a mandate for change. Through her time with Council, we've seen the creation of the executive leadership team, aligning job titles and executive positions with colleagues in other cities, beefed up marketing and comms team, a remuneration review, and a major lift in capital works over the years, to name a few. There's been many changes under Heather's leadership over the past four and a half years, but I do want to highlight a couple of those specifically. So one of those is the iwi partnership, and in 2019 we took a major step forward in recognising our relationship with Mana Whenua Rangitane and signed the partnership agreement, which obviously instigated the co-management of Te Motua Poto. And we've integrated this partnership approach throughout the organisation, introducing things like the monthly hui with Rangitane, where they directly work with council staff, feeding in and providing advice on projects, but also opportunities like telling the stories of Rangitane throughout our community, particularly along our awa, and pieces of artwork throughout the city. We saw this coming through stories at the arena as examples. Rebranding the city. So Heather and her team led the rebrand and introduction of Palmy. Obviously, the word Palmy wasn't new to us at all, but claiming that as the city's identity. And so a new strategic position focusing on their food innovation and ensuring that we're known as the food innovation capital of New Zealand and the world. We had, I think the estimate was around 50 logos as an organisation and various identities. And so defining the work that we did under the Palmy branding brought clarity and life to the mahi that we as an organisation do, and it encourages pride in our community. The rebranding never involved big costs, which was music to many elected members' ears. Things were replaced as upgrades or renewals were required, or when new vehicles came in. In terms of the city's reputation, we have seen a significant change over the last few years in the perception and reputation of the city, both as an organisation, Palm Small City Council, but also as Palmy, locally, certainly the local pride, and also at a national level. And I think we see that reputation lift as well with some of the staff that we've been attracting from across Aotearoa. Palmy's a place that people want to visit. They want to work here, they want to live here. And I think when you look at some of the things like our winning streak of awards for various projects we've had over the last few years, it's certainly not uncommon now for us to hear our name up against some of the other big players and winning. So there's many more things that we could name, you know, the regional spatial plan, initiating the distribution hub master plan, carrying out streets for people, and obviously things like leading the organisation through a pandemic. Elected members put up quite a tough challenge to Heather a couple of years ago now in response to COVID, with the 1.9% rates increase, and she led the organisation through that with no staff cuts. She has taken challenges head on, encouraged staff in their roles, and I think just generally lifted standards across the organisation. It's been a very full 4.5 years, and obviously Heather's not here today. She wasn't able to make it with her new role at Three Waters, but I do just want to acknowledge some of the highlights over the last 4.5 years and acknowledge her contribution to the city, to this organisation and our community, and I just wish her all the very best with her new role. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now go to Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually think the Deputy Mayor's covered it. I had my hand up still for the declarations of interest. That was my error.
Good.
Nothing
Thank you.
further to add. I think it was covered very well. Thank you.
Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Deputy Mayor did cover quite a lot of what I was planning to say, but I also just wanted to add my thanks to the work that Heather has done over the last few years, and in particular the work that she's done since COVID. So I was a brand new elected member. I think I was there literally 5 months when we went into our first lockdown, and I remember thinking, wow, I am grateful that we've got Heather at the helm during this pandemic. She was really good in I guess, keeping the staff calm and leading our organisation through what was a really unsettling time for our organisation and indeed the world. I really appreciated the way that staff were supported to set up the emergency support systems, which actually brought all areas of the community together. And she actually proved that local government is the boots on the ground that can get things done quickly when there is a disaster. And that does come down to her leadership. I'm also grateful for the work that she'd done in the iwi space and also in the Pacifica community with the signing of the MOU with Ministry of Pacific Peoples, and ensuring that we did have a community development staff member with a Pacifica portfolio, and even the work that's happening now with establishing the Pacifica Reference Group. All of these things make a difference. The work that she's done with Three Waters and keeping Palmy at the table in those early discussions has actually been quite good for our organisation. And so I just wanted to say, even though she's not technically here right now, I wanted to say a massive thank you for the work that she's done and congratulations on the new role.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor for what they have said. I just wanted to raise a point which was around the infrastructure. I think what the Chief Executive did do was do a massive restructure in that area from what we had then to what we've got now, and particularly in the area of project management. I think she's did a massive job in terms of restructure and in terms of putting project management in around that area for our projects going forward. So thank you very much for what she had done around that area. We've seen a massive improvement and we will still see that improvement going forward. So I just wanted to say, excuse me, thank you to that.
All right. Thank you, councillors. We'll now just get, we'll just put that up on screen. I think, Carly, do we have anything come up on screen to acknowledge that or not?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, right, that's fine. It's acknowledged. All right, we'll get through to our minutes, number 5 and number 6 on our order paper. And the first one is around confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 2nd of March 2022. Part 1 be confirmed as a true and correct record. That's on page 9 of your papers. I'll look to move that. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. And I understand, Councillor Dingwall, you want to make an amendment to that. What matters arising?
Yes, please, if I can. And apologies for the late notice on this. I only noticed it this morning. But on page 10 of our papers, number 1. So I guess 4.4-22 Ferguson Pitt Street intersection upgrade. Number 1, I had actually voted no. I voted against that, but it isn't recorded in there. So I'd like that changed if we can. It doesn't make a difference to the overall thing, but I would like my it noted that I was against that in the first place.
Okay. That's fine. I think there's no issues there. So could I just confirm with Hannah that we'll get that done. I'm pretty sure that's okay. So could we put the, we'll just ensure that's done, and make a note of it when we sign off the minutes, although it didn't really matter, but if we can get that up on screen, please. Right, that's moved, seconded. Any other matters arising? If none, could I please have a show of hands? All those in favour? Against? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. We'll now move through to number 6, which is confirmation of minutes that the extraordinary meeting of the 16th of March 2022 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Again, I'll look to move that, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any matters arising on this? Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment on one of the recommendations that was unanimously supported by councillors at that meeting of the 16th of March. And it's referred to on page 21 and 22 of the in our agenda in the minutes, and that's the amendment that was supported to include the dollar amounts alongside items on page 7 and 8 of the consultation document. Now, when that amendment was actioned by officers, I got quite a shock to note that the amount that had been included for the staff remuneration increase had only been identified as being 2 million, and which is actually quite a small portion of the overall 6.8 million increase from this year to what's proposed in the draft annual budget. Now, I did query that, and there was a technical explanation as to why only part of that had been included. However, I do want to raise it because I have some quite significant concerns that there could be the perception of misrepresentation or misleading our community in regards to the fuller picture of that. I think the purpose of the consultation document is to give honest, transparent and full information to our community. And I think where only a small, perhaps less than a third of that item has been acknowledged in that paper, it really makes me quite uncomfortable. I think, I think we owe it to our community to give them an understanding of the drivers of the rates increase that we're proposing. And this item accounts for about half of the rates increase that we're proposing. So of the 8%, we're looking at about 4% of the increase is related to this increase. So I think we need to make that clear and transparent to our community. Looking at, I feel I'm getting some feedback from the community during this consultation process that the information that we're providing is not easy to understand or easy to find. Looking at other councils' high-level financials, that is information that's made transparent and can be found within minutes of going on their website. I think people in our community would have to search for hours before they would actually find clear and accurate information about the main drivers of the rates increase. So I just like to acknowledge this. It's disappointing to me, and I do think it's going to cause some confusion. I mean, for someone to have to go to Appendix G of a Committee of Council meeting from the 2nd of March to find that full 6.8 and have some understanding around that is not, in my mind, a transparent way. Even the supporting information, that additional information was deleted at the last minute, and it does make me very nervous that it doesn't appear that we're giving the full and clear information to our community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll leave it at that. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to get in a big debate about what is and isn't in the consultation document at the moment, but I do feel that some of Councillor Naylor's remarks were misleading, and I wonder how you think that's best addressed. I can speak to it now, or
you can speak to it now, but I don't want a tit for tat. She has the right to comment on it, and I suppose you do as well.
Well, if we're opening up comments on it, I mean, I think some of the comments that Councillor Naylor has made are quite misleading, and I would hate for people to get that impression that what she has said is correct. So, when the dollar amounts were put in, the page that she's referring to is page 7 of the consultation document. Those are the changes to day-to-day revenue and expenses that have a direct impact on rates. Now, there are other changes on other pages around capital programme costs, and some of the staff costs come under the capital programmes. So they don't have a dollar for dollar effect on rates in the same way as the operational budgets do, and we all know that. So trying to pretend that some of those staff costs that have been capitalised because they refer to capital budgets are somehow hidden or not involved or should have been in that other page is quite incorrect. And this was raised with senior staff from the financial department, and they also agreed that what was in the consultation document was correct. And I'm feeling that's a little bit misleading and perhaps politically motivated of Councillor Naylor to bring this up at the moment. It was a query that she reasonably asked. I felt it had been well answered by staff who declined to make the changes that she was requesting. And there has been a pattern of attempting to get consultation documents changed to support the political agendas of councillors, which I just cannot agree with. So the consultation document was produced, the amendments were made in terms of putting in dollar amounts, and quite frankly, I think it was perfectly adequately explained by staff how it had been done. And if we put a different figure in there, it would not reflect the expenses that have a direct impact on rates. So I'm very happy with the consultation document as it is, and I'm a bit unhappy at some of the comments that Councillor Naylor has made. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, could I please raise a point of order under Standing Order 2.16.4D, which is misrepresentation of any statement made by a member? Can I speak to that, please?
Yes.
I object to the fact that it's been implied that I've misrepresented the situation, and I think Councillor Johnson has misrepresented what I was saying. I think the full amount that impacts on rates is a lot more than $2 million. It's about 3.5, and I note the comments made by the staff member, but the title at the top of that page is what's changed since the 10-year plan. Now, the 10-year plan is what we agreed on last year. So my view remains that the full amount that has changed since we confirmed the 10-year plan should be included in there. And further to that, the capitalised salaries that also have not been acknowledged in this document still impose a cost to ratepayers to pay for the new positions that are established as a result of that capitalised salary. So the 6.8 is the increase, and that includes 5.3 million more than we agreed in our year 2 of the long-term plan. I've done my homework on this, and I do object to the fact that the member has implied that I'm misrepresenting the situation, and I'm quite happy to provide further evidence of the comments I've made today.
Look, I think we'll leave it there, councillors. I think the public will tell us what they think about that all. Deputy Mayor, is this a carry-on of this, or is this something new?
This is a point of order because the recommendation that we just voted on was to pass the minutes of the 2nd of March and the 16th of March. So we have actually done this item. There is a bit of confusion around the fact that we actually just did those together. So we should actually now be moving on to the draft signs and use of public places bylaw. So we've actually already done this item. I think it was misunderstood. The recommendation we voted on was for both minutes.
Was it?
Yes.
Can I just get that checked, sorry, by
Sure.
administrators?
Yes, that's correct, Mr Mayor.
Okay, all right, that's cool. All right, I was unaware, sorry. Okay. If that could just be a bit clearer, please, on the admin side. That wasn't made totally clear. All right, we'll move on to number 7, which is the draft signs and use of public places bylaw, basically the e-scooters approval for consultation. There's a report there by our policy manager, Julie McDonald, on page 29. Julie, do you wish to speak to this?
I do indeed. Kia ora koutou, councillors. This is actually the first time that the rollout of e-scooters in Palmerston North has been discussed in the chamber. So we are going to take the opportunity to do a brief presentation to explain where this bylaw amendment fits into the provision of e-scooters in Palmerston North. So I'm going to hand over to Peter Ridge to do that, and then we're very happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Julie. I'm just going to share my screen for this presentation. Does that come up full screen for everybody?
Yes.
So, yeah, kia ora koutou, and thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to talk through this. As Julie said, this is something that we haven't brought to the council chamber before. We've been working on e-scooter regulation and issues relating to that since about 2019. But this is the first time we've actually brought it forward for any kind of formal consideration. There is a lot of history to this topic, but for reasons of brevity, I won't go into a lot of that detail, but happy to take questions at the end if there are any gaps that people would like me to fill in. So just to give an overview of what I'll talk through today, I'd like to outline the reason for the proposal. As I said, this is something that hasn't come to the council table before, so I think it's important to outline why we're bringing this forward. I'd like to summarise the scope of the proposal. I do acknowledge what we're proposing in the report is quite a substantial level of detail to go out to the community for consultation, so some summary there could be useful. And then just to outline our consultation process, because that really is the key to all of this. So I think it's probably useful to start with an understanding of the problem statement. So what is it that we actually have sort of come to? Mentioned and alluded to the fact that this has been something we've been looking at since 2019. I won't go into all the detail, but we were first approached by a very small e-scooter operator in early 2019, shortly after e-scooters turned up in a lot of other cities. But over the subsequent years, the number of operators that approached us and were interested in operating in our city grew to a much larger number, which led us to the first part of the problem, which is the safety risk that arises if the number of e-scooters that we have on our streets and our footpaths is too large. And if they're left on the footpaths and aren't being effectively utilised, that creates a risk to safety and how our footpaths can be used. The next sort of logical step from that is, well, we don't actually know how many e-scooters a city of our size can support. And we did look to other cities to see what might be appropriate. We know that Hamilton has around about 400, Tauranga has 300 to 400, I believe. Wellington has 1,600, and Auckland has many thousands. So there's no real clear guidance on what kind of fleet city of our size can support. So this leads us to kind of the hub of the problem, which is if we set the fleet size too small, then it means operators are not going to be commercially or economically viable. And we do believe that e-scooters present a valid and useful transport choice for our city. So we need to ensure that if we are going to regulate this, that we don't regulate them into oblivion. We need to make sure that the size of the fleets that the operators are operating is viable for them. But equally, we want to ensure that there are some appropriate limits so that we aren't creating a fleet that's too large for our city. So with those three elements kind of weighing on us, this is how we framed the problem statement, which is how do we limit the number of e-scooters in Palmerston North without making it economically unviable for operators? How do we strike that balance? And there are a number of ways that you can address that issue. And I'm going to avoid, I think, going into a lot of complex detail here, but we can limit the overall fleet size, the total number of e-scooters. We can limit the individual fleet that operators use, or we could try and limit somewhere in between the number of operators and by extension through limiting the overall fleet size, create some limits there. The problem we have though is that at the moment, under our current bylaw, we have no ability to limit the number of operators. We got legal advice on this, and it was confirmed that in order to create a limit on the number of operators, we would need to amend our bylaw. So that was the first part of our solution. And I'll give a little detour here from my slides to explain that. If we limit the overall fleet size but don't limit the number of operators, then as more operators come into our city, potentially the individual fleet sizes become smaller and smaller, and that makes them economically unviable. If we don't limit the overall fleet size, then potentially we end up with a exponentially large overall fleet. If every operator, for instance, had 200 or 300 scooters, and we had 5 scooter operators, then that was upwards of 1,500 scooters, and I think most people would agree that's far too many for a city of our size. So the balance that we're striking here is saying we want to be able to limit the fleet size overall and the number of operators so that we can assure that we're striking that right balance. So that's the first part of our proposed solution. The second one is having a code of practice to support this new licensing framework. Most other cities do have a code of practice for e-scooters and other forms of micromobility. When we issued the current permits that operators had, that have at the moment, we didn't have a code of practice, but we identified this as something that we could develop as part of this new framework. And then the third part of the solution recognises that we're creating some new things here. We're creating a new licensing framework for e-scooter operators. We're creating this new code of practice. So we need to know how these decisions are going to be made transparently and robustly. So the third part of this process was how do we develop that process to make sure that those decisions are made transparently. So this leads us now to the second part of the presentation, which is outlining the scope of the new regulatory framework. So we already have a bylaw in place. Permits that are currently issued are mobile trading permits. They're not designed for licensing this kind of activity. Most mobile trading permits are for things such as coffee carts or roadside stalls. They're for quite limited operations, not things that work the same way that e-scooters tend to work. So the first part of the new regulatory framework is an amendment to the Signs and Use of Public Places bylaw, creating a new license as opposed to a permit, which is targeted at micromobility. And we're using micromobility here as opposed to e-scooters because we recognise that there could be other forms of micromobility, such as e-bikes, coming along in the future. There's some changes to the administration manual, which support the amendments to the bylaw. So those two go hand in hand. The third part is this code of practice for micromobility. There's plenty of detail in the report, which I won't go into. But functionally, there are 3 parts to the code of practice for micromobility. There are some guiding principles which we've derived from Council's strategic direction. This is how we ensure that the code of practice is pushing in the same direction as Council's strategic direction to achieve the same outcomes. Those guiding principles have informed the assessment criteria which we use to evaluate and select which applicants should be given a licence. And that's a way of matching the operators that are best likely to help Council achieve its strategic direction. And then the third part of the code of practice is the licence conditions. So these are things that are currently contained in the permit. In this new framework, they'd be contained in the code of practice for micromobility. That provides transparency. It means that anybody in the public can see what those conditions are, and it also means that they can be amended relatively easily if there's a need to change and improve things along the way. There are some new fees and charges. Currently, the only charge for a mobile trading permit is $109. And as I said, those mobile trading permits are not designed for operations such as e-scooter operations. And we recognise that that's not an appropriate level of a fee for the kind of activity we're talking about, particularly recognising the monitoring and enforcement required to ensure that this is a safe operation. So we're proposing a structure of new fees and charges. The first is an annual fee. an application fee, which applies when anybody is applying for a license and is paid regardless of the outcome. That covers costs to the council of considering and evaluating those applications. There's an annual fee made up of two components: a fixed fee, which recognises kind of the base level cost, and also a variable portion of the fee, which is related to the number of e-scooters being deployed. And finally, there's a charge for remedying a breach of the bylaw. We don't have the ability to issue fines, as many of you will be familiar with, under our bylaws, unless they're stipulated in legislation elsewhere. So this is recognising that sometimes council may need to go out and retrieve a scooter that is posing a hazard. We don't expect this would happen on a regular basis, but if there are situations where an operator is not complying with the requirements of their licence, council reserves the ability to go out, remedy that breach, and charge accordingly. And this would be a per hour charge, recovering our costs. So it's not punitive in a strict sense. It's not a fine. It's a cost recovery effort. But it does serve to act as a deterrent to operators who may take a more relaxed view of compliance, and would be a way that we could use to ensure that compliance is maintained. And then the final part of this new regulatory framework is the process for evaluating and selecting applications for a license. We know that issuing licenses for commercial activity is something that needs to be done transparently. So we've set out this process in the consultation document to explain to the public how we would go about doing this. I won't go into detail, but I can answer questions if people would like. But it really just gives you a sense of the five main components of this new framework. We have already done some initial stakeholder engagement. Most of this work has been carried out through 2021, and late in 2021 we did some initial engagement with some key stakeholders. We hadn't finalised all of the pieces of the puzzle at that point, and we did have difficulty engaging some people later in the year. So we did some further stakeholder engagement in February of this year. We were able to provide a few more details on what we were proposing, and we were able to get some really useful feedback. Some of that feedback we've been able to use to refine the proposals. So we have made some minor tweaks and changes along the way, but we recognise this is some very important piece of work that the public needs to be able to have their say on. So what we're asking for today is for council to approve this, to go to formal consultation. We recognise we are under a bit of a tight time frame here with the council elections in October this year. In order to complete the whole process before the council rises at the end of the triennium, we need to start consultation as early as this Saturday. That enables us to go through the process of having hearings in June and deliberations in August or September, so that it can be adopted in time before the council rises. So if there are any significant changes to this proposal, then I think we would want to come back and present a new timeline for the council. And that is the end of my presentation.
Good, thanks. Thank you, Peter. Good. Look, could I come back to the start? And I understand that there needs to be some new framework for this micro-mobility and e-scooters. But you started off saying the problem statement. What exactly is the problem that we're trying to solve here?
Well, I guess the problem we're trying to solve here is recognising that when we started this whole process, we had one operator, and it was a very simple proposition. They wanted to run about 100 scooters in the city, and if no other operators had approached us, it would have been a very straightforward proposition, and we probably wouldn't be in this position. We now have 3 operators currently operating, and a 4th, the original operator, Blip, still showing interest. So then we face the prospect of, if we give them each an allocation, for instance, say of 300, some operators have said the minimum that they find viable to be commercially successful would be 300 to 400. If we said each of those operators could have 300 scooters, then we have 1,200 on the street. And comparing ourselves to other cities, I think we would agree that's too many. So an individual fleet.
Can I just stop you there?
Sure.
Why limit operators? Surely it doesn't make sense. Imagine if we did that with cafes. Wouldn't the market determine that itself?
There is the potential that the market could limit itself. But I think in the short to medium term, there is a potential for a rapid explosion and potential significant safety risk as more operators try and claim the market. If we allowed an unlimited number of operators, which is effectively our current situation, and we set the limit low, then potentially it's not viable for them to operate in the long term. And most of the operators have told us that 200 scooters, which is what they're allowed to operate at the moment, is too small. They've accepted it for the short term because they know that this work is coming, but most of them have told us that 200 is too small. So if we allow, say, 300 or 400 and have no limit on the number of operators, then we could have as many as 1,000, 1,200, maybe even as many as 1,500 scooters in a matter of months. While it's possible that the market could step in and weed out those operators that are unsuccessful, in the short to medium term, we could have so many scooters on our street that it poses a significant safety risk. So we're trying to get ahead of that potential risk. We're trying to ensure that we don't let it become a problem that we then have to solve. We want to step ahead of it and create those limits that we believe are appropriate right now.
Okay, I'll open it up. Sorry, I'll leave my comments. Right, I'll just go to Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And in fact, you asked a couple of my questions, so that's knocked a couple off my list. I guess my question is really sort of around a fairness principle, in that we have allowed 3 operators to set up so far. I don't quite understand the rationale of limiting it to only 2. Is it because you feel that the numbers would need to increase for it to be viable, and so the rationale around only allowing 2 operators is a total number of scooters game, or can I try and understand why we're thinking to now scale back from 3 to 2?
I think you've hit the head on the nail on the head in part there. The number of operators, it could be anything. A council could set the number at 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It is largely a somewhat arbitrary number you can choose. I think we settled on 2 as our proposal in this case because we identified a total fleet size that we thought was appropriate, which we suggested here in the case here is about 800. That's the same number that we've allowed for in the current permit situation.
Okay, thank you. So
if we, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I accept your answer, and it's what I suspected. So then my next question is, why is the need? Why do you strongly feel that there's a need to limit the number of scooters? Because if we think about our strategic direction around trying to encourage people not to use their cars and to use other forms of transport and whatever, why would we put an artificial limit on the number of people who, the availability of scooters for people to use alternative modes of transport?
I guess it comes down to a question of efficiency and utilisation. So in a hypothetical situation, if we had, say, 3,000 scooters, ridiculously large number, the vast majority would never be used. So if they were to be deployed on the hope that they might be used, they would spend most of their time on the footpath or near the footpath, and there's a greater risk that they just become neglected. They may fall over. It's a larger fleet for the operators to try and manage. So the more scooters you have that aren't being used, the greater the safety risks that are being created in many different locations.
Okay, but wouldn't a sensible business control the numbers of scooters that they supplied to meet the demand of the public? So, I mean, if I had a scooter hire business and my average hires were 300 a day, I'm not going to put out 3,000 scooters. I just don't understand where the fear that there will be thousands of scooters on the streets comes from, because to me it doesn't make sense from a business perspective.
I think in a simplistic way, you're right. There's not going to be a dramatic oversupply of scooters, but there will be an oversupply because they need to allow for fluctuations in demand. There's also a competitiveness element. If one operator is putting out 300 another operator is more likely to match that, and so there's a certain amount of escalation that goes on as more operators put out more scooters. Over time, I think you can see a correction, but without some form of oversight on those numbers, I think there's a risk that in the short to medium term you can see increased risk of unused scooters and oversupply that can lead to those safety risks.
If I can just, if I could just add to that, to Peter's answer there. I mean,
Sorry, who is that?
Sorry,
speaking?
Julie McDonald.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. I think you're absolutely right that the council could, essentially let the market determine what happens. I think, as with many issues to do with the transport system, there is a certain amount of community expectation that the council has some responsibility, for example, for safety, for footpaths, and the like. And so I guess what we're proposing here is a balanced approach to balance the strategic and active transport drivers of council, along with the safety concerns that are often raised in discussions about e-scooters. Council can clearly decide otherwise. This is what we're proposing to consult with the community about to get a variety of views.
All right, thank you. I'll pass over to others now. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just on that, Julie, wouldn't the license for e-scooters and the code of practice do that? Just in relation to the last question that you replied to from Councillor Johnson.
I think I'll let Peter respond to that. I mean, I guess we're proposing a package, but Peter may want to comment more specifically.
Yeah, I think it does. Julie's right. It works as a package. The questions that have been raised around the number of operators, the number of scooters, these are all things that I think can be debated and different numbers selected. The alternative of having no limit, I think there is there's an expectation that if we have no limits, then we have no means of exercising any kind of control if things do start to fall apart.
So code of practice?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Don't we have a license of operation? Don't we have some sort of code of practice?
We do. We have a code of practice that we're proposing to consult on. That's what's part of this proposal, and the license conditions are contained in that. Those conditions are they include things such as the limit on the number of scooters, and if we were to take out the limit on the number of scooters, then I think the other elements will do their best to address the risk. But I guess what I'm suggesting is that if you take out the limit on the number of scooters and let the operators decide, there could be a bit of an arms race, I guess, between the operators that do have a license to kind of capture the market, and I think that can create some safety risks that we're concerned about. No city in New Zealand has permitted or licensed e-scooters without a limit on the number of scooters. So I think it's been well recognised that that's an important part of this process. I think the question isn't whether we should have a limit or no limit, but where that limit should be set at.
Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Peter, for the presentation and report. I guess you are trying to limit the total number due to the safety concerns. In the last, and I'm sorry if I have missed it in the report, in the last few weeks, I have seen a number of privately owned scooters owned by individual people. Are we proposing, or are we thinking about putting a control on that registration as well? How would you count the total number when we don't know how many private people are having their own scooters?
Really good question, and I'm glad you asked it, because what we are proposing here is not to regulate the use of e-scooters. So it's not how they are used by an individual, but rather how the e-scooter operators, so the businesses, make those e-scooters available to the public. So there's no controls in our proposal that would apply to a privately owned e-scooter. The rules around how they are used are primarily driven by the road user rule, which is central government regulation. So no, to answer your question, there is nothing in our proposal, in our bylaw, that would affect a privately owned e-scooter. We do know that those numbers have been increasing because e-scooters generally are becoming quite a popular way of getting around. But this only applies to e-scooter operators who are making them available for hire.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Peter, for your presentation. Peter, you said you want to know where the limit should be set at, but the statistics in the report are from 21-22, and a lot of the we've had no events, and this is a whole new business, and it's sort of been set up in the middle of COVID. So how do we know? We've had no events in the weekends. We haven't had rugby. We haven't had anything. So how can we set a limit when we have no idea what what the limits can be because of the events that we haven't had?
That's a good question. We do have some data for the last 3 months, so we can see how usage has been trending. It started off pretty high, and it has been trending downwards over that time. And there are a lot of factors which have played a part there: changeable weather, the impact of the pandemic, the absence of events. So you're right. It is very hard to assess where that limit should be set. I guess what we've been guided by is the data that we do have, taken together with feedback from the operators as to how they have expected usage to trend, along with what we see happening in other cities. The other point I would note is that what we're proposing here is amendments to the bylaw that allows the council to set the limit on the number of e-scooters overall, but also to set the licensing period, which we propose to be 3 years. So this is something that the council can review. And if the council were to set a licensing period, for instance, of 1 year, when that 1 year period comes to an end, and the council can set a new licensing period and a new limit on the number of e-scooters. So there's the ability to review this and to make changes as we go along. And if we find that the scooter size, the fleet size is set too small or too high, then the council can set a different limit. And that gives us the ability to adjust and respond as we find usage may change.
Okay, and if a second question, if I may ask, forgot. Oh no, sorry, no, it's been answered. That's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 areas of questions remain for me. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Julie, for introducing the report. The first area of questions to understand around the consultation approach, and in particular the kind of headline banner that this sits under, because when I see signs and use of public places, e-scooters isn't the first thing that pops into my mind. And when I think about the demographic of many e-scooter users, they're probably people that don't commonly interact with our submissions process. So can I get a sense of what would be done to really clarify for the public and to reach out to service users during a consultation process?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have a consultation and comms plan around this, and our comms team have been doing a lot of good work to develop the collateral, the marketing imagery that will go with this. We'll be making use of a range of different channels for communicating that this consultation is open, including radio advertising, print advertising, and posters, which are going out to a lot of the high-profile deployment locations where people are finding scooters. We've also spoken to the operators who have assured us that they can also help in promoting the consultation is open to their users directly through the app. So there are lots of different ways which this is going to be promoted, in addition to the usual methods where we put this available up on our website and in the library and the front of house. So there's a lot of different ways that it's going to be going out there. I take your point about the sort of putting it under the banner of the bylaw may not necessarily scream to a lot of people that it's an e-scooter thing. for the purposes of the consultation document, I mean, that's kind of its formal name, but most of the collateral is, I call it user-friendly. It's a bit more focused on the e-scooter element. So I think we're fairly confident that it'll still come across as an e-scooter issue rather than a bylaw thing.
Great, thanks, Peter, for that answer. The secondary questions that I have is around the service user's fee structure, i.e. the price that a rider pays per ride or to subscribe, etc. It seems to me that the consultation and what we've put in place is silent on that aspect, and it only addresses the charges that the operator faces. Is that the correct reading of the information?
That's correct, yeah. Generally, we wouldn't get into the realm of dictating to a private business what prices they can charge. With the exception, and I'm just trying to recall what wording we may have used in the code of practice, but one of the areas that we wanted to address was equity of access to e-scooters, and we're aware that prices that operators charge can sometimes put e-scooters out of the reach of those on fixed or low incomes. And we've had to be very careful around this because there are limits to what we can require of operators through a regulatory process, and price setting would probably fall foul of that. But we do recognise the importance of equity as a principle, or equity of access as a principle that we want to work towards. And I believe we have asked operators in their, applicants when they put in their application to demonstrate how they're working towards that. And that may be through things such as offering subsidised plans or subscriptions for use of e-scooters where there may be a community services card. So that was one of the things we can see as a way of addressing the affordability question without getting into strict price setting requirements.
Thanks for that response, Peter. To just tease that apart a bit, you did make reference in the presentation to e-scooters being an important part of the transport network, and I think about other parts of the transport network where we do have a set number of operators and where we also have public input into the fee structures, and obviously buses are a really common example there. Any change to bus fare actually comes through Horizons Regional Council, so I'm trying to understand why we would treat what is effectively an e-scooter fare in such a different way, i.e. to leave it totally to the market, when in other cases, such as bus fares, such as metered parking spaces, it is a council decision on what those fees and fares should be.
So while I will confess to not being an expert on public transport and our bus services, my understanding is that the regional council provide bus services through a contract, commercial provider, and that would be the key difference here, is that we aren't contracting with the operators to provide a service. They remain a private enterprise, and what we are applying here is a regulatory overlay to their operations. So probably the more appropriate comparison would be with taxis. We regulate some elements of how taxis can operate, such as by providing taxi stands, but we don't regulate the fare that taxi drivers can charge. So while they operate as a private business and they do contribute to the overall transport package, our ability to influence the fares that they charge is extremely limited. The reference to parking charges, I think that's again a slight difficult comparison to make. We do set those fares, those parking charges ourselves, but we are the supplier of that service, whereas in this case we're not the supplier of the e-scooter service. We're simply providing a regulatory overlay to the work that they already do.
Thanks. So just finally then, to understand, Peter, if the advice is that we cannot use a bylaw regulatory process to address the the user services fees or the fares. Are there other options available to council, and what would they be?
Yeah, I think the main option that we've identified is one that I've mentioned already. We've used a somewhat oblique approach, but one we think is the best way to avoid falling foul of any legal issues, and that is to have a code of practice that identifies things that we will consider an application against. So we've tied this closely to our strategic direction so we can make the justification why we want to select applicants based on the criteria. These criteria relate to our strategic direction, and we can then tie equity of access to that consideration. So an applicant that comes forward and can show how their operation will contribute to those access and affordability issues better than another applicant is more likely to succeed. An example of how they might demonstrate that would be to show that they're offering a fixed or low income subsidy or reduced cost to use their e-scooters, or maybe they tie it to the community service card in some way. And I do know that many of the operators are already exploring those ideas. It's not a new idea at all. But that provides a way for us to nudge the outcomes in the direction of those equity access outcomes. And that gives us a way of saying that this is something that we value, it's important to the city, without making it something that we are directly stipulating or bribing, which would be something that would probably put us into a legal quandary.
Thank you. So can I will release back to you in a moment, Mayor. I'm just really trying to understand where we're at here. So there's no way that when we're granting exclusive access to public space, that we can be involved in a discussion around price beyond what's been signaled in the proposal that we have in our papers. Surely there's another way.
The advice we've been given is that not in a overt, direct way. To stipulate that such a thing must be provided is, I think it goes beyond the scope of what the bylaw allows for. I'll be treating this as a regulatory matter rather than a commercial matter. If we were in a different sphere, if we weren't treating this as a regulatory matter, if we were engaging in a contract or a fee-for-service approach where we said we want to partner with one or more operators to provide e-scooters to the city, then we could draw up a contract and we could require them to charge certain prices. But then we would effectively be buying their service, and that's the relationship that we'll be creating and gives us the power to set prices in a more direct way. Because we are a regulator, there are limits on what we can do in regards to those matters, and the kind of the sideways approach of nudging decisions towards operators that are more likely to provide those affordable fares is probably the best that we can do at this place.
If I can just add to that answer, I think, I mean, assuming that there's a proposal that goes out for consultation and we come back with some deliberations for you, it's probably possible for us to provide a bit more advice at that stage, just to navigate the legal ins and outs, if that's going to be useful. I mean, that can be part of our response when we've heard back from the community, just to clarify what mechanisms there are and aren't.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Julie. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, and thanks, Peter and Julie, for the paper. Just a few questions. The proposal to limit the number of operators to 2 operators, given that we've got 3 and a potential 4th operator at the moment, if that was implemented, would you have to cancel someone's license in order for us to comply?
No. So at the moment we have 3 operators, and each of those has a permit which expires on the 30th of November this year. and that was deliberately chosen so that they would dovetail with this new licensing framework, which would take effect from the 1st of December. So all of the 3 operators and any other e-scooter operators around the country that wanted to apply for a permit could apply for one, and there's no guarantee that the outcome of that selection process would pick one of the, or 2 of the, or however many of the existing operators. So it would be an open selection process where any operator could apply.
Okay, so perhaps an existing operator may not be able to continue then if that was the case. Is that correct?
Correct. So, for example, if a completely different operator that has not been operating Palmerston North currently put in a really strong application and they showed how they could meet all of the criteria that we're setting out, and they came out ahead of some other existing operators, then there may be that they are the one who receives the license.
Okay. Okay. So you explained the 5 components of the framework, and I'm just wondering if we were to not proceed with the bylaw and restricting operators, and we just manage things through the code of practice, the schedule of fees, and the process of evaluating and those other components, would we still need to go through the consultation process that's proposed in this paper? Or is it just the bylaw that requires that?
That's a really interesting question. I must have to have a little think how that would work. Because what we're presented as a package, it becomes quite tricky to unpick parts of that package and determine what would be required as a result. Consultation is definitely required to make changes to the bylaw and to the administration manual, but because the code of practice as it's been presented is integrated within the new framework, I think to suggest that we didn't make changes to the bylaw but we did continue with the code of practice would require us to come back with some further advice on how that would look. Okay. In terms of the risks that have been outlined under option 1 on page 30, talks about, if there's feedback that warrants some change, then you might need to go back and reconsult. Now, is the number of operators with that, and if feedback came back, if we proceeded and feedback came back, 2 operators is not enough, for example, and we wanted to make that a little bit more open to the market, would that trigger the need for us to reconsult? Hard question to answer. That on its own probably wouldn't, I believe, be a significant change because we have signalled quite clearly our proposal for 2 operators, if we were to go forward with the proposal. To make a change to 3 based on strong feedback, I think could be argued that has been, and that was a clearly viable alternative. But it's a hard question to answer because it depends on kind of how you might imagine the impacts, and given that other elements can also be raised as part of that consultation, I think it's one that I struggle to answer with a clear, definitive answer there.
If I can just add, I think the principle would have people had the chance to have a say, around those issues. I think if council deliberated and decided that, you wanted 10 operators, said we'd gone out with 2, then clearly there probably would need to be some further community consultation. But if it's if the issue is that there's a proposal to limit, and then we hear from the community about the number, the sort of smallish number, then probably not that. Or similarly, if there was a radical change, do away with the code of practice, or any of those sort of elements were significantly impacted, then we would expect that some further community consultation would be appropriate, just to keep people informed and allow them to have a say on the things that they want to have input on.
And just to build on that, sorry, just one moment. If we did get a lot of people saying they favoured 2 and a large group that favoured 3, we had lots of submissions coming forward for arguing for both, then I think that gives us more confidence to make a decision without going in for further consultation. So it does depend largely on what the response would be looking
at. Just a couple more things, if that's right, Mr. Mayor. So you talked about the reason for wanting to restrict the numbers as the potential for scooters, if there was too many, if there was a large number of scooters, that some might get left, in undesirable locations. And under option 2, if we don't proceed with consultation document, Under the benefits, it says there are no identified benefits of this option. A couple of questions on that. If there was a larger number of scooters, would that actually enable scooters to be in a wider variety of locations and available to more people who might want to use that as a commute or a regular mode of transport? Would that be actually a potential benefit of having a larger number of scooters?
Potentially, possibly yes. We currently have 600 e-scooters permitted to be used in Palmerston North, and the deployment of those scooters is determined by the operators themselves. I think the simplistic notion that more scooters means more locations means more use doesn't necessarily track, because there's quite a dynamic consideration. So it's not simply that if there's an e-scooter here you can use it. It's to do with how far you may be traveling to where you're going. So one of the pieces of data we've been able to collect through the operators data feed shows start and end trip locations, and typically the distance that is travelled by a user isn't like across the city. So if you were to expand out across the city, but people are trying to get into the centre of the city, an e-scooter may not be the most appropriate form of transport. So simply assuming that more scooters equals more opportunities equals more use doesn't necessarily track. But it's a tricky question to answer, because it's more to do with how the operators will use their algorithms to determine where they're located and where they're deployed.
Okay, and just final question, in terms of perhaps the other issue, with limiting operators to 2, which what's proposed, has there been any consideration of the competitiveness of what operators can offer to the market in terms of price and range of options? If there's a limitation to 2 operators, like would having more operators be more competitive and potentially be more favourable in terms of what that might offer to the community?
To a certain extent, yes. The numbers that you could select if you were to limit the number of operators, there's only so many options there. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, but I don't think anybody's looking at more than 5. And when you compare to other cities such as Auckland, where I believe they only have 3 operators, the number of operators for a city of our size is what most people would consider to be quite high, particularly when compared to places such as Dunedin, Tauranga, Hamilton, and other similar metro or provincial cities. So the additional competitiveness that arises from more operators, I think, is similar to the answer to my earlier question. It only goes so far. Where there is more than one operator, though, there will always be some level of competition. We haven't seen a huge degree of price competition between the 3 operators. They do offer alternatives in terms of plans and subscriptions, which are based on their commercial decisions. But the standard rates for use for hireage, the unlock fee and the per minute fee seems to be standard across all 3 operators.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a question about how many apps you want to have on your phone.
But would that not be for consumers to determine if they're comfortable with that?
Yes, I guess the point I'm making is that while we want to look at it from an operator perspective, ultimately this is about a service for the community and how it's usable and useful for the community. If you have an extreme number of operators, then it may in fact not be that helpful in terms of the provision of a fleet for the community.
Is there any other part of business that is limited in the way that's been proposed in this bylaw?
Well, I think this particular scenario is somewhat unique. It's a private operation that is being offered the right to make use of public space to run a business. We have other businesses that make use of our public space to turn a profit, such as coffee carts and the like, but they are generally, while the coffee carts do move, they are generally static for their operations. whereas we're talking about a city-wide operation in many cases. So it is somewhat unique compared to most other businesses that we would interact with. And that's why I think what we're proposing has to be somewhat bespoke to that point. But just to come back to the question that the question you made before and the answer that Julie gave, fragmentation is something that we have considered. If we allow no limits on operators, but the fleet size is limited somehow, or if it's limited by the market forces, then potentially you end up with an overly fragmented service. So if you have, say, only 160 scooters per operator because the limit has been set at a particular level and we have more and more operators, it becomes more frustrating for the user to be able to find the scooter that they want to use. Having 4 or 5 apps or even 3 apps can be quite a frustrating exercise, particularly when you have to have credit cards or wallets loaded with those different apps. So it's striking that balance. And again, this is all about balance. It's not saying that there's a perfect answer to any of this. It's trying to find what's the right balance between these different variables.
Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Dennison, Peter, how many real operators are there out there nationally? What number?
Of the major operators, I think there are between 5 and 6.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. All right, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in the council's website under the e-scooters in Palmy, it does make mention that Blip Scooters is planning to launch early 2022. Is that still an opening for a 4th operator before we go out and confirm our policy? Can I understand the status of Blip?
So we had some communications with Blip a few weeks ago in anticipation of this question. They're still awaiting equipment to arrive from overseas. They've been struggling with a lot of supply chain issues. Their standing position, though, is that they are still keen to operate in Palmerston North, but they haven't given us a firm date when they would start operations. The permit is waiting for them to take up when they're ready to operate. So potentially we could have a 4th operator sometime in the next 6 months. But obviously, as we get closer to, if this were to go forward, this proposal, and it were to be adopted and implemented, then obviously it gets closer to the point where a new license is about to be issued, and it may not be of any value to the 4th operator.
Okay, so their license would only go through to November in line with the others.
Correct.
Okay. One around safety, it's outlined very clearly in the safety and maintenance around speeds, but a question around helmets. Am I correct that one of the operators promote helmets with their service and others don't?
Yeah, that's correct. So the current legal position is that this is set by central government. E-scooter use doesn't require a helmet to be worn. So the operator that does provide helmets is doing that on their own basis, and that's the reason why we haven't made it a mandatory requirement, because it hasn't been required by government.
Okay, and just a final question. If we're saying 800 is about right, dividing 3 operators is just under 270 scooters per operator. What you're saying is, the feedback from those operators is that's too few still to be a viable business?
Yeah, it's a bit of a juggling exercise, and when we had conversations with the operators before the permits were issued, we did ask them what's kind of the bottom line, and it's not a hard and fast number, because it will depend on a range of factors such as their costs, and often those costs can't be fully measured until they're actually operating. But as a general rule, the numbers that were given were somewhere between 300 and 400 was what was deemed viable for a long-term operation. They've accepted a smaller number under the current permit because they recognise it's a fixed duration and is currently effectively running like a trial. But if they were to operate for a longer term, then something much greater than 200 would be required. But you can, if you decided that 3 operators was preferable to 2, they wouldn't require you to stick at 800. You could, for instance, say total fleet size of 900 and 3 operators for 300 each. There's a lot of flexibility around where those numbers could or should sit.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Peter and Julie, for this report and your presentation. I have three sort of areas of questions, and I suppose the first one comes to comparing what we're proposing to do here with sort of, I guess, the closest thing we can compare it to. And you made mention of the taxi services earlier, and that we regulate a little bit of that. And I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about how we regulate taxi services. Are we limiting the amount of taxi companies that we have in the city, the way that we're proposing to do here with the e-scooters around that? And are they included in any of these bylaws at all?
So, a bit like with the buses, I can't be an expert on taxi regulation, and I believe I probably have overstated our involvement. I know that we do provide a taxi stand, and that is effectively a parking space set aside for the exclusive use of taxis. I do know other cities where they may have a large area to manage, or sort of various hubs around their city, that the location of those taxi stands is quite an important part of how that service works. I believe it is also possible, but I don't know if I am correct on this, where the operators of those where the taxi companies are limited to who can use a taxi stand. I think they do have to pay a fee, in which case an operator that doesn't pay that fee is not permitted to use a taxi stand. In the case of Palmerston North, I can't speak to how that's being used or whether it's being used. But we don't. The thing that sort of separates e-scooters from taxis and other vehicles is we already regulate the use of the road parking. So we have parking spaces, we have parking fees, and we have parking fines. That's largely driven by central government legislation, but supplemented by our own bylaw. What we're talking about here is kind of the parallel where the use is on the footpath, and we're effectively talking about parking a vehicle on the footpath to be used by somebody else. So we're trying to build a framework that allows us to regulate that in the most practical way, but also recognising that the use of the footpath is a space that other people, footpath users, and those who may be vulnerable as well, needs some degree of safety. So we're looking at how we take extra steps to provide that in a safe way.
So, but I guess in terms of the way that we regulate taxis and the way that we are proposing to regulate this is actually completely different, because we don't currently regulate the amount of taxi companies we have in the city. Is that my understanding?
I believe you're right. Yes, not in a direct way. No.
And we don't regulate the amount of taxi cars or cabs that each of those taxi companies can have.
No, we don't, because they're allowed to use the road. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So my second lot of questions then is around how flexible this policy would be to changes in the future. Councillor Beattie had mentioned earlier around, at the moment, looking at our data, it's actually quite hard to tell how much usage we could have in the future because of just COVID and, all of that. But knowing that Horizons are planning to change their bus systems so that the buses don't actually go at the door the way that they used to, and they're focused more on those main routes, would there be the potential for people using the e-scooters for that, extra bit of the journey where they scooter to the bus stop and then take the bus to town? How flexible would this be if we start limiting the services that are further out in the suburbs, or the ability for people to have access to these scooters?
I think it would be pretty flexible. The limit that we're proposing here of 800, if that was found to be too low and we wanted to extend that, it's a provision in the administration manual. Council will be required to conduct some appropriate consultation. It doesn't necessarily mean a full 6 to 12-month process. That could be done relatively efficiently, and Council could then amend the overall fleet size to extend that if it chose to do so.
If I can just add too that one of the advantages of working with these companies is that they have the ability to provide all kinds of information about the use of the fleet. So if it turns out that Palmerston North has the terrible problem that you can never get an e-scooter because everybody is scooting around on them all the time, then there's the ability of council to respond to that by changing the regulation.
Okay. And then my final question, I suppose, is around the urgency of pushing this out right now. Because as you say, to get it happening before the general elections, you're proposing to go to consultation this week. And so I'm just wondering what the urgency of this happening right now, as opposed to maybe in a year's time after we've had more data around everything.
Good question. I guess to answer the first part of the question, the reason why we're bringing this forward, when we were working on the permit a year ago, we were looking at the time, a much larger total fleet size than we thought the city could cope with, compared to places such as Hamilton and Tauranga, having 3 operators with 200 scooters each, fleet of 600, with a 4th coming along very soon at the time that we believed. 800 scooters was quite a large number. And so we wanted to set in place a process to bring forward for consultation a framework that would enable us to have that conversation. What we've found, to a lot of people's surprise, is that actually the 600 scooters that have been deployed have been used very well, very safely, and they have been absorbed very well into the city's transport network. So I think that's a really good reflection on the work that's been done already, and the way that the e-scooter operators have approached it. So the answer is potentially we could let things ride for a year. There isn't actually a reason in terms of a legislative driver that says that we must do this now. But the work was started at a time when we didn't have that information, so we've carried it forward. But if councillors felt that this was something that wasn't urgent and wanted to put it on hold until, say, after the election, then that is possible. What we would need to do is continue using the current permit system and either extend the current operator permit beyond 30 November or issue new permits if that was felt appropriate.
Cool. Those are all my questions, and I just would like to indicate that, yeah, I think I would be interested in doing that if someone is keen to second something like that. But yes, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Johnson, you're back in for the queue, is that right?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one more question around the use of cycle lanes. So it does say in the paper that the government's looking at changing legislation to allow e-scooters to use cycle lanes. So just for my information, is it currently illegal for scooters to use a cycle lane?
Yeah, currently e-scooters are not permitted to use cycle lanes. It's a matter for police for enforcement. So that's why we currently can't promote e-scooters to use cycle lanes. But if the regulations were changed, then that's what we would be promoting.
And do you anticipate that will be changed soon?
Yes, as part of the Accessible Streets package that Waka Kotahi have been developing. It's been in process for a long time. I can't honestly tell you when it will come into effect, but yeah, hopefully fairly soon.
So if that was changed, would that change your thinking on the safety of the scooters?
No, because I think the primary concern that we've been expressing here, excuse me, is not safety to do with how they're ridden. We're seeing that they've been used and ridden very safely with very few incidents. Having them ridden in a cycle way is preferable because, particularly if they're separated, that's a very safe way for them to be used. Our primary concern is how they're deployed onto the footpaths, and we wanted to make sure that we don't create safety issues for users of the footpath by having an unnecessary large fleet that isn't being utilised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Peter. That's it's been quite an effort to get through all of that, but it was well worth teasing out all of those questions. So, councillors, will now thank you, Peter. Thank you, Julie. We'll now go to the recommendations, but I think we have some amendments, or an amendment first. And before we get to that, first one, because I think Councillor Dingwall signalled one as well, that the first one here is that the consultation document, blah, 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 signs and use of public places bylaw, e-scooters as attachment 1, be approved for public consultation subject to an amendment to the administration manual. Under Part 5, licensing terms, change the maximum licences to 3, the maximum number of devices that may be deployed to licence holders to 1,200. That's moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Barrett. So I'll go to you first to speak to that, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just see a message from governance that this is, if we're going straight to this, then this is an alternative recommendation rather than an amendment. So just to be clear, then we'll put this up as an alternative recommendation. So my thoughts on this are, well, when I approached the paper, first of all, I must admit I was puzzled as to why we would be imposing extra regulations, and the debate and the question and answer has been helpful in teasing out the fact that some limits are going to be necessary and that all other cities have limits. The question is more where they should be. My view is that we need to take a light touch on the regulation, and this is mostly because I think we really want, from a strategic point of view, to be getting mode shift. We really want to be getting people to be using alternative means of transport other than a car, other than a private car. And at the moment, you know, e-scooters are a very convenient way of doing that sort of first mile, last mile thing. That would help us if there was a greater take-up in terms of transport emissions being reduced. I think they will only become more popular as the cost of fuel goes up. And, you know, compared to, say, an electric car, they've got very low embedded energy. You know, so they're a good choice for us to encourage if we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to reduce transport emissions. So I think we really need to consider the benefits of the use of micromobility when we're thinking about what rules we're going to impose on it. I do observe, particularly at the weekend, that a lot of e-scooters are being used by young people for recreational use, and I'm reluctant to put a too low a limit on either the number of scooters or the number of operators. I do think there's a bit of an issue of fairness for the 3 original operators who have, you know, fed into what's effectively been a trial here with perhaps lower scooter numbers than was desirable for them, and so that's why I feel inclined to adjust the consultation for 3 operators rather than 2. I also think a bit more competition in the market is healthy. I do note that in some places e-scooter operators have pulled out of cities where there's been no regulation on the grounds that it's just too difficult for them to operate a business in a totally unregulated market. So some regulation seems to be the way to go. I do support, I hear what other colleagues have said about, you know, do we need to do this right now, and should we just leave it, or maybe we just carry on as we are. But I do support going out for public consultation on this, because I think it's important that the public have their say. I mean, we were sort of in a position where operationally we couldn't refuse the e-scooter operators when they approached us about setting up here. But I was aware that, you know, public felt that they hadn't had an opportunity to put their point of view forward. So I do support consultation on this. And I think it's also important that we hear from operators about what makes a viable business. So having got to the end of all that, I mean, these are good, positive changes to get people on these small, you know, scooters. They're things that I think we really need to encourage and not overly regulate. But I do accept there's a need for some regulation in terms of safety, and therefore I think it's reasonable to go out to consult on a slightly more generous provision. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with many of the points that Councillor Johnson has outlined in terms of the need for a light touch on regulation. But I do not believe that a bylaw is at all a light touch on regulation. I don't think it's agile, and I don't think it's a mechanism that enables us to respond and adjust easily. I do prefer the larger numbers that's been suggested and broadening the number of operators if we were to go down that path. But I won't be supporting the motion that's on the table at the moment because I don't think the timing's right. I think we need to allow the market I think we need to allow the community to see what the uptake might be. I think our city is an ideal city for the use of e-scooters, and I think we should be encouraging that. And I think a really restrictive approach is not one I favour at the moment. I think if we, I would be, perhaps I'll indicate that if this vote fails, I would like to support option 2, which is not to consult at this time. And that's outlined quite well on page 40. And look, I'm reading straight from the papers. Under option 2, not to consult, the current approach is working relatively well with operators showing a high degree of compliance and working well with staff to address issues and concerns as they arise. That's very reassuring to me, and I think this it would be sensible for us to allow this to play out for a bit longer. I don't think starting into a consultation this month is at all ideal, particularly in light of the fact that we've got consultation for our annual budget, which I think is a significant, I think will require some significant feedback from our community. I think I would prefer to see this roll out, under option 2, market forces would naturally regulate the number of operators and consequently the size of the fleet over time. That's from the paper. So that is my favoured option, and I'll be looking to move option 2 and not to proceed with consulting and not to proceed with a bylaw if this vote fails. I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't still progress a code of practice, and I think obviously the way that things are being managed currently does seem to be working well, and I'm comfortable with that.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for doing a very thorough job of bringing us the context around this and bringing us some proposed solutions. It's been very helpful to see the report and to hear the answers to questions. The lens that I've brought onto this is really how do we get the best out of this opportunity that e-scooters present in terms of transport innovation in this community, and how much of that can we achieve or should we try to achieve through a regulatory arm, and how much of that should we try to achieve through contracting or commercial arrangements, as you will have no doubt heard some of the tenor of my questions around understanding the price to user aspect and how that gets addressed. And we'll comment on that in a bit. But firstly to say, I think that there is a very valid role for a light touch, as Councillor Johnson put it, of regulation to play here in terms of certainly community safety and wider community effects. I think that is paramount. But secondly is avoiding that kind of Wild West effect. And if you actually do just a quick little Google on e-scooter and other mobility service rollouts in cities in New Zealand, overseas, what you see is that actually in some cases companies do basically slam communities, and in some cases that gets a real backlash and that doesn't work out well. Fortunately, that hasn't happened here yet. I'm not suggesting that it would, but the best way to make sure that the community interests are looked after is to ensure that there is an appropriate but widely scoped regulatory framework for operators to work into and to adhere to. We have undertaken with the community, really, this was, a year to see how things were going to go, and then we'd make some decisions based on that. And I think it's only appropriate, given that everyone in this community has had a chance to either ride or in other ways interact with this system, that we do get some community feedback and put a community lens on this in terms of how we actually set up the future for these services to thrive. So yes, it's a busy time to consult, and there's always plenty on, but it is appropriate, and it's much better that we actually have this so that we have a smooth transition into the next stage rather than pulling back and avoiding community input at this point. Very keen on the approach of looking at more scooter availability. There's parts of the community that still have significant lack of actual scooter availability in them, and this is at a time where demand has actually been quite low relative to what we might expect other times. There's some comments before about public transport. The bus system still turns off at 6 o'clock. So from 6 until 11 p.m., there is now a viable option, and that is a significant source of demand that we do need to make sure that we're enabling the market to address. Finally, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, I would comment around my concerns on the fares or the cost to the user side of things. And I think that we as a council and we as a community need to respond to that. I've heard, quite clearly from officers that they don't think there's a regulatory channel there. And so I think it's something that we need to review options on. But I was first alerted to this because I was actually quite chuffed when I found out that I could subscribe to an e-scooter service locally for less than the price of a bus a day. So it's $2.30 a day, and that was less than $2.50, which is cash fare on the bus. So I was pretty chuffed, $2.30. I was rather less chuffed when I went to another community, and for that same service with that same company, I could access that for less than half of that price. It was only $1. We as a community are making public space, which is community owned, exclusively available to a limited number of operators. And they need to be willing to come to the party and ensure that affordability to community is on a competitive footing. Firstly, so that we don't have a competitive disadvantage as a city relative to the transport options available in other communities. So I will be very interested in exploring how we actually best manage that. But I'm sure that we will get some community feedback on affordability when we go out for consultation. And I very much look forward to that happening and urge you to support getting community feedback. This is a very important transport innovation and innovation in how we actually do Palmerston North in the future. And we do need the community to have their say and be with us on this.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support what's been proposed. I think I have a level of comfort around having 3 operators in the city, particularly around having 3 currently invested into the space. The number of 1,200, I'm open to community consultation on that just to see if that's too many or about right. Personally, I think that's a big increase, and I was even happy at something going up to 900 or 1,000. But if it's public say in their feedback, let's lower it, then we can. But I'm happy that it goes out for consultation. I think that would be fair. And so the whole process, I've got a level of comfort if this passes. I'm not going to support the no consulting. I think it's important we get the feedback now and put some parameters in place. I wouldn't call it early, but earlier than waiting around and just seeing what happens. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dingwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not happy to support the current recommendation as it is. When I think about how the e-scooter services compare against things like taxi services, I don't think that we as a council should be limiting the amount of providers who could be providing this service. And I've heard all of the arguments so far. But, to me, fundamentally, it is just like saying to a taxi company, sorry, we can't have you here because there's already 3 taxi companies in Palmerston North. And that to me feels a bit just fundamentally wrong. I don't think we should be limiting the amount of scooters that each of these companies should be having either, because, you know, the more scooters that we have, the more people are actually able to use them. So I'm in this really awkward space at the moment where I don't want to not consult, but at the same time, I'm not happy with what we've currently got in front of us. When we're looking at things like the costs of using the service as a user, one way to increase the cost is to add a whole bunch of regulation to those companies, you know? So that's an issue that I'm seeing. I'm not seeing the urgency that this must happen right now. I really, with all of the things that we've got going on at the moment, I wouldn't support us going out to consult right now. But in saying that, there's been a lot of work that's happened in this so far, and I would almost want to lie it on the table, except that I do feel that it's been an important conversation to have. So I'm not going to lie it on the table, but I would like to put up a recommendation, and I'm not sure how it works with process, but if the current recommendation fails, I would be looking at putting up a recommendation that we do not limit the amount of e-scooter operators or the amount of scooters in the city this year, and that the CE report back in a year's time with more data and look at consulting then. Because I think in a year's time, we would have a clearer idea of what's happening. And at the end of the day, currently, there are 5 or 6 major operators in the entire country. So the risk of us being bombarded with scooter companies all of a sudden in the next 12 months is unlikely. And even if that was to happen, I'm not seeing the huge drama that would cause on the city. To me, it's like when Uber came to town, that actually didn't kill the taxi companies. The taxi companies are still there. Uber is still there. And the community has the choice on whether they choose the Uber or the taxi, and we should be encouraging that. So, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Look, I've already seconded Hannah, so I just want to follow Councillor Dingwall. I have some sympathy with what's been put out, and I'm not going to die in the ditch over it either. But I just feel that there was too many unanswered questions. Why do we need to do this now? There's no events on. We've got a policy person telling us how many it should be. I think that should actually come from some real data. We know they haven't got it because of the way COVID has happened. Is the system broken? Absolutely not. Have we got most of the players here? Yes. There's only 5 national players. I just think, what are we trying to fix here? And I come back to my question right at the start of the presenter, a problem statement. I don't believe there is a big problem statement. Yes, we need a bit of light touch. I just about was going to lie this on the table myself, but it was important to have the conversation. All of you have made really, really valid points, but I just think, what are we trying to fix here? And do we need to do this right now? I believe we don't. So I would be more of the view that we need a bit more data. We need a light touch to go out in a year's time. That's more appropriate. We'll have some events back up and running. We'll know a little bit more about it. But also, it should go with the way we agreed 5 years ago as a council around our vision of the small city benefits. And being a driven and enabling council. And that was a part of not having too many bylaws, masses of policies. Unfortunately, we're falling back into that space by default. So I would favour that if this fails, I'm certainly happy to back Councillor Dingwall's recommendation that we just delay this for a year. It still means we can operate. There's absolutely no harm being done. The only harm will be that we just haven't pushed the button immediately. So, and I don't believe there's enough proof we need to do this. And again, we just don't do it for other sectors. We don't say only 5 cafes because we don't think the market can dictate it. Or we don't even do it for bus companies, you know. Only these many regional bus companies should come because we don't believe they'll get supported. So let's get a little bit more data. and see where it goes. So I won't be supporting this. I have some sympathy with the amendments, but I do believe there's time to just let this go for a year. Right, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking to the recommendation that Councillor Johnson has moved, I am happy to support it. I think, you know, with regard to some of the comments that have been made, I think the reason that we have a high degree of compliance at the moment is because we're in a trial period. People are going to be on their best behaviour when they are new operators into a city, still in a trial period with a renewal date on their contracts. So I think that we have to remember that we're not a few years in and haven't maybe seen the full highs or lows of how e-scooters work within our community. I also think that we've got an opportunity to learn from other people's mistakes, and we do need regulations and we do need limits. We have seen, particularly in Auckland, how e-scooters came in with a brawl and just were an absolute mess. It took a long time for Auckland Council to be able to put things in place in response. So I think I would much rather take a proactive approach and put in a framework where we can ensure that operators work safely within our community and that e-scooters are a continued success. We don't want there to be an absence of levers for us to pull if something goes wrong and things take a turn. I'm happy to support the increase to 3 operators. I think that that's a fair approach considering we do have 3 operators currently running. I know that there's one on the sidelines, but they've also been on the sidelines for a little while now. So I do support that limit to 3. I won't support there being no limits if this recommendation doesn't go through. I don't think this is something that you can compare to other, motor industry organisations or hospitality or, other industries, because all of those groups are heavily regulated. There are things like a warrant of fitness, rules and regulations, licenses, other pieces of legislation. They're actually heavily regulated areas, whether they're taxis or Uber or, like I say, hospitality industries. So it's not actually comparing apples with apples. E-scooters are still relatively new, and we know that the regulation around them is still not quite there yet. Hence, the government's still having a conversation around where e-scooter movements can even happen, cycle lanes or no cycle lanes. So, look, I just think it's just too new. It's better to go in with a bit more of a cautious approach, to put a framework in place that we can loosen up if need be. But I would support us going out for consultation. This is the first opportunity our community have had to share their views, and we know that if they've got something to say, they will tell us. So I would rather that we go out, propose 3. Look, we can say we've got someone on the side. Is 3 too small? Do we need to go to 4? We can be really clear around the narrative that goes out with this, but I would prefer putting some limits in place now before something goes wrong, and then loosening them up if need be. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just lost my screen, so bear with me. Who's next in line? Sorry, I've just lost.
It's Councillor Beattie, Mr. Mayor. I'm next in line.
Okay, thank you. Away you go. While I get my screen back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Rutherford, I agree with her. She's just said that e-scooters are new, and they're very new. And the government's looking at cycle lanes, and we haven't seen how this is going to work. So I think that in the future that we may want to put limitations on, but I think at this point we need to extend the trial period that we've got now for another year. We are in a false environment because of COVID. We've been operating in red for a long time, so we don't know what those future limits are. So I don't see any urgency. I mean, as in the report in 4.35, the current approach is working well, as Councillor Naylor said. There's no urgency, so let's just wait for a year. Let's look at what happens when the government brings in the cycle lanes, and let's take an interest in the city and actually have a look at it in a year's time. The companies that are still, the 3 companies we've got in place now, they'll still be under that trial period, so they'll still be doing their good behaviour. So I don't see any urgency. Let's get proper data before we say 3 licences. I'm also concerned about this 1,200 cap. Is it 400 per licence? Is it, what happens if one only wants 300? Does that mean another operator can have all 300 and then we're short of scooters? So I just don't think that we need to rush this through, and there's quite a few other things that we need to think about before this takes place, and a year's grace will benefit that. So I certainly support Councillor Dingwall's recommendation, and not this one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you. I'm going to support Councillor Dingwall's recommendation. I think Councillor Barrett actually brought a very good point up. When you have competition, the prices are affected. When you have regulation, you get the high prices. Now, why can't we have 4 suppliers? Why can't we have 5? If we had 5 and we still had limited at 1,200, the competition would bring the price down. Then you might get some of the $1 a day. But when you've got regulation and only regulating to 2 or even 3, they're going to sit there and hold the price. But if someone else can come in and bring the price down, well, who's going to gain from that? The community. So at this stage, let's just wait and see what happens. And let's be open to someone else coming in. It's not going to do us any harm at this stage, for goodness sake. Let's just give our community a good chance to have a good look at it. And they certainly haven't at this stage with COVID. So I'm going to support Councillor Dingwall.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to colleagues for the views, the range of views that have been expressed in this. I found that really helpful in maybe changing some of my thinking here. I think this is a community issue, and there is a range of views on the subject here. From where I sit, the introduction of e-scooters has not been an undiluted success. There have been significant concerns raised in the community about the use of footpath space specifically, and I do hope that NZTA managed to sort out the issue of getting e-scooters into the cycle lanes, although that will in itself cause more problems. So I don't think this is an as yet settled space that we're seeking possibly to regulate in. However, I'm not entirely convinced that the market regulating itself is something that our community should have to wait for. And there's no certainty around what that will look like. Regulation brings certainty. Market regulation doesn't. And I'm not keen to support a drive to the bottom in terms of cost or safety. So I think on balance, I will support going out for consultation at this stage, because I think there is a range of community views out there and possibly a range of business views out there that we haven't yet got to the bottom of. So I will support the recommendation that's been put forward by Councillor Johnson at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to indicate that I'll support the alternate recommendation of Councillor Johnson. And the point I just want to make is that when e-scooters actually came into the city, there was some contention around that. And I think it's very important that we actually do go out to consultation on it. And I think the urgency on this is simply around, we need to provide the operators with some certainty. So I think we just need to get on with it, do the consultation and get the public response. Thank you.
All right, that's back to you now, Councillor Johnson, for right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, colleagues, for all your views. It's been an interesting debate. I think to answer some of the concerns that were raised by people that have indicated that they're not wanting to support this consultation and regulation, the first thing is that the problem that we're trying to solve here, which the Mayor asked the question, what's the problem? The problem is community safety. So the reason that we're proposing to regulate scooters in the way that has been suggested is not to, be trying to poke our noses into something that doesn't concern us, but it's because, unlike taxis, scooters go on the footpath. And if you ride on the footpath on your scooter, then there is a potential for safety issues with pedestrians, but also, as the officers pointed out, when the scooter is parked, it's taking up space on the footpath. So the problem that we're trying to solve here is a safety one. The second sort of point that's been raised is, do we need to do this now? What's the rush? Could we not just carry on? There's two counter arguments to that in my mind. One is that so far the community haven't been given an opportunity to give us their views. This has just come in as a trial with no opportunity for public consultation. And I do think it's very important that community thoughts are allowed to come in sooner rather than later. And secondly, I think there is some need to get regulation in place, because we don't want to be in a situation in a year's time of having more scooters than we know what to do with on the path, with having multiple operators. And the risk of allowing that to happen is that we might lose the current community goodwill, which there is towards the scooters. So I'm proposing this slightly loosened restrictions go out for consultation, not because I really want to limit what businesses can do, or not because I want to be somehow, regulatory, but in fact because we need to consider community safety, we need to give the community an opportunity to put their views, and we need to make sure ultimately that the option of using these micromobility devices remains for people. And I do have a concern that if we allow a free-for-all, the situation may escalate to a point where there becomes a lot of bad feeling towards scooters, and then we just don't have social license to have them here at all. So I would urge you to please support this going out for consultation. It's important to give people a chance to have their say. And as regards to the numbers, we can move them up or down as a result of feedback. But I just wanted to give the signal that I would prefer less regulation rather than more. So would ask you to support this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, people. Right. We'll now do a division. So I'll ask Hannah to carry that out, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the motion before you, councillors, that the consultation document, signs and use of public places by law amendment e-scooters as attached as attachment 1 be approved for public consultation, subject to an amendment to the administration manual under Part 5 licensing terms, change the maximum licenses to 3 and the maximum number of devices that may be deployed to licence holders to 1,200. Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
Against.
Councillor Petrinas.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Rutherford.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
Against.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
For.
Councillor Harpeter.
Against.
Councillor Beatty.
Against.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Butt.
For.
Mayor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Dingwall.
Against?
Councillor Naylor.
Against.
Mr Mayor, I have 8 votes for and 8 votes against.
Yep. Okay, so unfortunately that has failed for majority. So we'll now go to the second recommendation. And I'll ask you to briefly speak to this, Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially what we're looking at is not necessarily not consulting, but just pausing for a year so that we can get more data around what actually are the safety issues, what actually are the commercial issues, what are other options we could potentially do. As an example, the way that taxis have taxi stands, maybe we have scooter stands. I don't know. The question is really, now is not the time to be doing this. It's not urgent enough, and there's a difference between having a cautious approach and putting up barriers. So I will ask you to support this delayed approach.
Okay, Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this alternate recommendation. It's a little bit, it's quite similar to what I had indicated earlier that I would propose, close enough that I'm happy to support it. But on the very strange, potential for there to be another 8-8 vote, I will indicate what I previously had suggested, which is option 2 in the paper, not to consult, which actually there is some regulation in there. There are some limitations around the number that operators can have, etc. So just not wanting to overcomplicate this, but just wanting to acknowledge that perhaps that's a third option in case we have another scenario of this failing. But in the meantime, I'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not going to. Is there anybody else want to speak? Looks like there is none. Councillor Dingwall, no need for a right to reply.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to do this with a show of hands. I think that is.
Can we have a division, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, division.
Okay, all right.
Please.
We'll do a division then. So, Hannah, back to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the motion that we do not limit the amount of e-scooter operators or the amount of scooters in the city this year, and that the Chief Executive report back in a year's time with more data and look at consulting then. Councillor Harpeta.
For.
Councillor Beattie.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
For.
Councillor Hancock.
Against.
Councillor Butt.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Trinas.
For.
Deputy Mayor Rutherford.
Against.
Councillor Finlay.
For.
Mayor Smith.
For.
Councillor Dennison.
Against.
Councillor McCallard.
For.
Councillor Dingwall.
For.
Councillor Naylor.
Sorry, I'm on mute. For.
Thank you. I have 11 for and 5 against, Mr Mayor.
Great, thank you. So that is passed. Hannah, do we just need, is there anything we need to pass substantively, or are we fine there?
No, you're fine there.
Okay. All right, councillors, you've earned, and staff, you've earned a well-earned break. So I'll just remind everybody, we're only up to number 6, and we've got 23 items. So it's going to be a long day, and we've got 3 meetings. So, councillors, we'll break for 15 minutes, back online at 11:25. Thank you. Okay, enjoy your coffee or tea. Thank you. number 8 in our agenda item, which is the Infrastructure Capital Works dashboard. And it's a memo there from Sue Kelly, from our Project Management Office. Sue, are you going to present that for us?
Yes, I've just got a few words to say.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. Yes, this paper was actually initially tabled for the last infrastructure committee meeting. It is the January dashboard, and as such, I'm going to take the paper as read and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Sue, and I'll pass it through now to a couple of questions from councillors. Councillor Dennison.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just happy to move the recommendations. I don't have questions. I'm happy to comment. If you want to go to questions first and then come back.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to next in line. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, and thanks, Sue. Obviously, as you've said, this is at January, and we've had a monthly financial update to the end of February since then, which I think in the report it's showing 20 million of the, I think, 104 million as of January, and I understand it was 26.4 million as the end of February. Do we have any sort of update as to how we're tracking? Because obviously there's quite a big shortfall between what officers have estimated that our year end might look like during our annual budget process. Just wondering if there's any kind of indication of whether or not we're set to achieve what had been estimated, or whether we'll be looking to fall short of that.
So yes, I can give you an update. The current expenditure for capital and capital renewal is 30 million. And as I guess you'll all be aware, the recent Omicron outbreak, both in our local community and nationally, has certainly impacted our delivery this last month.
Okay, yeah, and that's certainly what I was expecting. Just one further question. There was a few months ago when we looked at this report in the Infrastructure Committee, there was a comment by an officer that it was going to be reviewed and potentially whether it was going to be looked at whether there would be better alignment with the financial reporting. Has there been any more consideration of that, or what is the thinking at present about the way in which the capital program is reported?
Through the chair, if I could answer that one. There is a piece of work.
Sorry, who's speaking?
Oh, beg your pardon. Through the chair, Sarah Sinclair, Chief Infrastructure Officer.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you just identify yourself when you speak, please? Yeah.
Did you all get that? Chief Infrastructure Officer Sarah Sinclair. Through the chair, if I could answer that one, there is a piece of work going on generally about dashboard reporting. We're looking at traffic light type report, but we haven't concluded that work yet. So yeah, we're looking at something that just helps sort of communicate how we're progressing and hopefully bring in more information to you to enable you to spot where we think there are risks earlier. So there is a piece of work underway with the finance team on that at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Sue, for introducing. I have a specific question about a specific project, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Was just hoping to get some insight around the Summerhill safety upgrades that came through the council chamber. It seems that there's a bit of a mismatch between the sort of design that we saw in the chamber and what we've seen rolled out so far on Summerhill, and just wanted to understand if that's paused, if there's been a change, or just what's happened there in terms of creating that mismatch between what we saw in the chamber and what we see on the ground.
That's one I will hand over to Sarah Sinclair to respond to.
Through the chair, all of my transport people are away sick at the moment, so I'll get back to you with a written update on that one.
Noted. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Now I've got you back in the queue again, Councillor Dennison. So you're quite happy to move this?
Yeah, and move on to comments if that's all right. Is there a seconder?
Have we got a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor Naylor. Right. So over to you, Councillor Dennison.
Yeah, thank you. This is one of 3 reports coming to council today that we didn't get through at our last infrastructure meeting, so thank you. This report did flag some concerns for me, just having 20% of the work achieved in January and then having the update today, 30 million of a $100 million budget, 30%. It's still not great, but recognising there's causes of delays being outlined, it's still flagging for us that we're not going to get a great deal, in my mind, of the works program out before the end of the financial year. So something to consider when we're doing the final deliberations for our annual plan. But other than that, I know the work team are stretched. There's a number of vacancies and they're doing their best, and just really wanted to give an acknowledgement that it's tough with supply. It's been tough with COVID isolations, and also that late confirmation of Kotahi funding. While being unfortunate, we did get funded for a number of key projects which are now being starting to be rolled out. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Similarly to Councillor Dennison, really, I guess I just want to acknowledge, the delivery is behind, and for very good reasons. However, I do think we need to just be aware in the annual budget process the carry forwards that had been estimated of 39 million still would have assumed a delivery of 65 million of capital program. So we're less than halfway there. So it may be that the carry forwards need to be significantly more than what had been anticipated. And I think we just need to be prepared for that and consider what impact that will have on what is already planned for next year, and potentially need to look at pushing those forward. To what degree officers will determine and prioritise that, or what will land in our laps as elected members to determine, I'm not quite sure what that process will look like for the deliberations in May, but it's certainly something that I think we should be kept aware of what that process will look like, because I think there'll be some significant considerations in terms of carry forwards that we'll likely to need to decide on in May.
Thank you. Any more comments? No? All right. Well, I sort of echo the same of the 2 previous speakers. It is what it is because of various reasons, almost the perfect storm, really, with COVID now coming in and affecting workforces at various levels. But it isn't great reading, and we'll just have to take that into note. And hopefully we can get some further updates before May, which will give us some better understanding and data on when we make some decisions. But that will all have to be taken into account. All right, back to you, Councillor Dennison. Any right of reply required? No? All right. We'll do this with a show of hands. I think this is reasonably straightforward, this one. So all those in favour? Against? Right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, progress. We now move to our next one, which is number 9, which is around deliverability. Planning in response to COVID. And again, it's another briefing, this time from the GM of Infrastructure, Sarah Sinclair. Page 115, over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors. So I'm presenting this as the CIO on behalf of the whole infrastructure unit because it covers work that we're doing across the whole infrastructure unit. Councillors, you'll be aware that we've been discussing the impacts of COVID on the deliverability of our capital programme for some time. And as Councillor Vaughan just referenced, we're really seeing the effects increasing over time across our staff and across our supply chain. Just so we'll take the paper as read. There's just a couple of things to point out. One, the deliverability review in section 5 of the paper has significantly informed the information already provided for the annual plan, which we will continue to update as we know more about our supply chain this year. It is completely true to say that many of our key suppliers are affected the same way that we are, 20, 30% absences with COVID and potentially whole teams being affected to a point where they can't deliver. This has really made us think about how we lock in our supply chain more to de-risk delivery so that we continue to deliver as much of the LTP as possible in future years, because we're not expecting some of the COVID impacts to decline any time soon. We use the analogy in the infrastructure unit of a sausage machine. So we use the analogy, we need to feed stuff into the machine and we need to keep it going through at various stages. So we need to look at resourcing for design, we need to look at resourcing for construction, we need to look at the materials that come into construction so we can line everything up and produce it all at the right time. So a lot of the work that we're doing is work in progress to secure our supply chains at a time when there's national and international competition for resources. Bundling work, securing suppliers for longer helps us compete for resources against other people in the same market as us. Section 4 talks about how we're proposing to deal with materials, particularly overseas materials in our supply chain. Our construction suppliers are also finding it difficult to hold prices for long periods of time because of the many varied changes. We're, for example, seeing people come back to us for fuel prices at the moment, saying that their contracts don't take account of the rapid rises in fuel prices. So this is all about helping the work that we're doing to help plan and make visible our workload better so that our supply chain can work with us. Although the measures that we talk about, particularly things like the design panel, mean that we'll be able to plan and signal upcoming procurements better to industry, we're also identifying and confirming the need for rapid approvals once we get tenders in, because we're also seeing that tenderers won't hold their prices for the full 3 months that we traditionally ask for in our procurements at the moment. So it was a briefing. It was intended for the infrastructure committee as a briefing. It's really to confirm to you all that there's a whole range of work in play at the moment to help us bring more certainty into deliverability in what is genuinely across the construction sector unprecedented times. So paper, please take it as read. I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have.
You're
sorry,
mute.
I'm on mute. Sorry, Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Grant. I thought I was missing something there. Why has everyone gone quiet? Thank you for the report, Sarah. It was a question and I think I have emailed you about this separately, so I might have given you a heads up. But I am interested in what we're doing to lock in our supply chain partners or to work more constructively with them. I totally accept what you're saying about this being unprecedented times. So I wanted to seek a comment from you. I've been interested to read the work that New Plymouth District Council have been doing on active supply chain leadership. And I wanted to seek a comment from you to see if that's an approach we've considered or if it might have opportunities for us.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bowen, and yes, thank you for the heads up on that. As I mentioned in the paper, we're not alone in this. It's a national problem, and we've very much looked at what other councils are doing as part of trying to solve our own problems. Some of the I guess some of the elements we've talked about in the report have come through not New Plymouth specifically, but they've come through consultants who have been advising us on what other councils are doing generally. But we're also particularly looking at people like Watercare who are acting to really lock in large amounts of resource for quite long periods of time. So yeah, we've very much taken advice from the market. Some of the elements of New Plymouth's approach, we're not. Our systems aren't quite ready for yet. When we look at things like the design panel that we're talking about later on this afternoon, that's a good first step. As is the locking in of the Fulton Hogan contract, the tree contract, and some of our big contracts. But it's not the end of the story by any means. I'm going to speak to the civil construction group for Manawa 2 this evening as well, just to talk to them about what ideas we can pick up for better collaboration across the construction sector, because there's so much work. So it's an ongoing piece of work. I'm not saying that everything in this paper is the full solution.
Thank you. Thanks,
Sarah, you in one of the recommendations, you're asking that approval go above and beyond the CEO's financial delegation. Can I get some understanding of why we'd want to do that and the risks, because of the risks involved?
Through the chair, that isn't a recommendation. We're recommending that council note that we may need to have extraordinary meetings of the Finance and Audit Committee or council, depending on the level of financial delegation required, just so that we can speed things up.
Okay, all right. No, that clarifies that. Thank you. And a little bit going with where Councillor Bowen was going, and I've heard from the Mayor up in New Plymouth how well their supply chain has gone, and it's actually been going quite well for a couple of years. They're well into it. For us, securing suppliers, and you spoke about the bundling of projects, the roading one, obviously, which pretty well goes without saying. Nothing really has changed there. The street trees, which is good, and the Three Waters design of Three Waters and transport projects, which you're coming to us about a panel. Where do our staff fit into this? So we've always had design staff. Where do they fit in?
And we, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we continue to have design staff, and those staff will continue to work with all of our suppliers as they do now on designs. We do find it very difficult to recruit engineers, design engineers in particular. Again, that's a problem for the whole sector. We're short as a country on design engineers. So locking in panels of suppliers will give us more security of supply. The quantum of work that's going out to the two proposed panels is no different to the quantum of work that would go out to individual consultants. It's just that it's more on an ad hoc basis. As we're competing with other councils for our supply chain, if we can lock people into panels, it means that they'll prioritise us, which means that we'll be more likely to get work planned, and it means that they will work with us on the planning of work so that we can be sure of when it's going to be delivered. But we do still have an in-house design resource, noting that it's very, very difficult to recruit designers at the moment.
So have we had a lot leave, have we?
There was a design group set up in our in the infrastructure unit. There have been some people leave, but I think that right from the get-go, it's actually been difficult to recruit qualified people through the spectrum of qualifications. So very, very difficult to recruit chartered engineers, which means that some of our design then needs to go outside for check-in, that it meets our requirements. So yeah. It's really to do with the levels of qualification in the industry and how we use them.
And I mean, the panel sounds, and I know we're going to talk about that later, but it sort of comes into this paper as well. The panel and concept sounds like a good idea. Can I ask why we haven't done it in the past? Because it does sound sort of common sense.
I've been here a year, Mr. Mayor. I don't know why we haven't done it in the past, because it really genuinely is common practice, particularly because in the sausage machine, it's such a fundamental part of being able to deliver the capital programme, because without design, you can't have construction. So I don't know.
Well, it's a bottleneck, isn't it? It gets bottlenecked otherwise. Okay, are there any more questions of Sarah? There being none, can we get the two resolutions that are up there? And Councillor Dennison, do you want to move these? Seems it was your.
Yes, I am. I'm happy to move both recommendations, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Naylor. Right, open it up for any comments. And Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted really to thank the Chief Infrastructure Officer for her leadership in this space at the moment, and to say that, EMs are aware of the huge pressure that's on the infrastructure staff at the moment, not only with COVID, but with supply chain difficulties, in recruiting people and so on. And I think it's a very pressured environment, and so I just wanted to say that we do understand that and we appreciate the work that's going on. I particularly appreciate the attempt to be nimble and innovative in how we do things to try and get around some of these pressures at the moment. And I think it's important that we are kept informed, as you are doing, of the pressures and difficulties in delivering in the infrastructure space at the moment, and also that we are understanding of delays and cost escalation where really it's outside of the ability of staff to control. So just a big ups to you and your team for all of the work that you're doing, and please pass that on to all the rest of the staff in infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, there's no further comments. Maybe write a reply to you if you need it, Councillor Dennison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really to, emphasise Councillor Johnson's comments, understanding that it is a difficult environment with a lot of outside ability to control with the dynamics of COVID and the pricing and supply chain, and that just to relay, Sarah, to your team that the elected members do appreciate it's there's pressure, and appreciate your efforts to inform us of that, and make every effort to improve things along the way. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. All right. Well, we'll go to vote on this. I think it's straightforward again. So again, a show of hands. All those in favour? Against? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right. We move now to number 10, which is the update on the Main Street cycleway, and that is a memorandum there from Adam Jarvis and our infrastructure GM Sarah Sinclair. So, Adam.
One moment, excuse me. Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā koutou councillors. I have a short presentation here, but I'm not sure if you wanted to share it, Sarah.
Yes.
Pull it up.
Oh,
I can do that. That's fine.
okay. Thank you.
So I just have a few short comments regarding the initial rollout of the trial.
Sorry, Adam, it came up and then it went again.
My apologies. Try again. Here we are.
Right.
So yes, I as the officer responsible for the initial rollout, I've got some few short comments regarding that through to June 2021, and then the Chief Infrastructure Officer will can talk more about what's happened since then and the plans moving forward. So the Innovating Streets trial, as you may be aware, was a somewhat of an experimental program from NZTA. We were successful in securing approximately $500,000 spread across 5 different projects, half of which was to deliver the Main Street Cycleway. We were given 90% co-funding as a result of that, so the total cost to council was something in the order of about $25,000. We'd previously identified through the Urban Cycleway Master Plan the section of Main Street as a priority route for a separated cycleway, and we judged that given the dynamics of the road, and in particular the large amount of space available, that a separated cycleway in this facility was feasible without significantly compromising the operation of the street. So very extensive community engagement process, both before we went out and we spoke to every single business along the street, held workshops, met with community groups, dropped letters to everybody within 100 metres of the street, but perhaps even more than the pre-rollout was the work that went on during the first initial weeks in the post delivery, in which we really were fielding phone calls and I think something in the order of about 100,000 engagements on social media. So it was obviously a very hot topic for a while, as I'm sure you're well aware. But I guess what we were able to do was be extremely responsive given the design. The planter boxes, although they have their problems, as we'll get to in a moment, as we're all aware, did serve their purpose at the start of the trial in allowing us to be extremely flexible and adjusting within hours from an issue cropping up. We were able to go out and adjust alignments. There was some additional concern regarding the spacing provided outside the railway land, which we were able to provide some additional buffer zone there within the space of I think 24 hours of that issue first arising. And by and large, we believe we're in a position where the cycleway itself has been, in the sense of everything beside the planters, well accepted and successful. We've seen between a tripling and quadrupling of cyclist numbers on the streets, so we're quite happy with that result. But as I believe Sarah will get to, we are very, very aware that the planter boxes are not a long-term solution, and they indeed were never intended to be. So we believe that through the trial we've sort of proven the concept. We've tested alignments and sort of the practical issues of how this interacts with delivery vehicles and parked cars and so forth, and very happy with how that's gone about. But obviously some continued issues to be addressed in terms of the planters. So I think that's it for me. Pass it over to you, Sarah.
Thank you. Can you click on? Oh, thank you. Councillors, I'm presenting in the absence of many people from Transport this morning. And is starting with us on Monday, Hamish Featonby. This was again a paper that was proposed for the Infrastructure Committee. So can you click on, please, Adam?
Apologies, my internet here is. Yeah.
As Adam said, we all recognise that there's been support for the cycleway and not for the planter boxes. The work to put in the marked cycle lane separators and so forth has been useful work, but we do acknowledge there isn't a lot of support for the planter boxes. Next slide, please. We've just got a couple of maps of where the planter boxes were installed. On the next one, please, Adam. On the warehouse side, that's parking separating the cyclists from traffic, and on the New World Complex side, that's using the planter boxes as a separation between cyclists and traffic. Next slide, please. Which just covers what I've just said. Next slide, please. I think this has actually been very useful from the infrastructure unit perspective to help us clarify a risk-based approach to cycle lane protection. As we've mentioned, there have been quite a few issues with the type of separator chosen, and particularly its movability. But it's also brought some wider issues to light, including the junctions and how junctions are managed for safety of cyclists, particularly on main cycle routes, if you like. We have concluded that the active separator solution for live traffic, that is documented in our report. Next slide, please, Adam. So there is funding to design and install a permanent solution for cycle lanes in the short term and resolve the intersections in the longer term. Whilst the design is being done, and again, assuming that the design panel works, this will literally be the first job that goes to the design panel. Whilst the design is being done, we will fix some of the separators that are currently not fixed and remove some of them from areas where they're not actively working, with the intent that we rapidly get designs done and go out and consult with the community on a fixed term solution. For a road of this car occupancy, for a road this significant, we would be looking at something solid. The diagrams, the lower photograph shows on-road separation with concrete fixings. You'd also have signage on that to help it remain visible at all times. The upper photograph shows an off-road solution, which is what is proposed on the Longburn shared path area beyond Botanic Road and possibly the first stretch of Botanic Road. But this will be subject to design and implementation. From the infrastructure operational perspective, very important learning is that whole maintenance access piece in the design. So things like loading zones, but also things like how we clean our drains and how we collect rubbish, all an important part of the learnings that have come from this trial. On the next slide, the short-term improvements as identified is the permanent works on cycle lanes. And the next slide shows the long-term improvements, which are signalised junctions and roundabouts. So the reason that is longer term is that those junctions are, we don't get them factored into our financial planning. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you for the ability to present on this to the whole council. We're very happy to open up to questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Sarah. Couple of questions coming. Could I just start by asking, when do you see the planter boxes? Ultimately, we all want to see some sort of improvement on a more permanent basis, but when do you see the planter boxes going?
Through the chair, we've had quite a discussion about this in-house. Sarah Sinclair, Chief Infrastructure Officer, sorry. Through the chair, we've had quite a discussion about this in-house. Regarding whether it will be better to take planter boxes away in the short term or leave them where they are while we get the design. Advice is for the main areas where they are now, where they are fixed in place, where swathes haven't been removed. Our recommendation would be to leave them in place to keep the idea of people's minds that there is a separation there and that those lanes are fixed.
Sorry,
but that would involve fixing the remaining classes. They were saying the planter box. I'll take my video
Yeah, you're
Right.
cutting in and out. I think we all heard about every second word. So you're going to have to repeat all that.
Okay. Not that again, but I'll take my video off so that because
That's
although
better.
I'm in the office, I'm clearly not getting a good signal. So we've looked at this with the design team, with the transport team to look at what our recommendations are about whether those planter boxes are left in the short term while we progress the designs as quickly as possible for a permanent solution. Our advice is that certainly in the areas where they're fixed, and where they have remained in place and where there aren't lots of access ways, it will be effective to continue to fix the planters down and leave them in place while the design progresses, because they are a separator and continue to be a separator, although we all acknowledge they are not an ideal separator. Our intent is to get the design done as quickly as possible and get the consultation done as quickly as possible so that we can progress a permanent solution. There are some areas where we would propose taking the planter boxes away because many of them have been vandalised and removed already, so they're not actually providing an effective barrier. But we would look at those areas on a case by case basis to confirm those recommendations.
Okay, I'll let others speak, but I'll come back. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Adam and Sarah. I've just got a couple of questions. One is about the final design. So I saw there were some diagrams in your presentation, and there was a bit more detail about possible final design in the paper that didn't get considered at Infrastructure Committee. So I'm just wondering, at what point would the final design come back to council? Would we be able to see it before it was implemented?
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button then. I'm just taking my video back off. Through the chair, absolutely. I believe that our intent is to go to consultation for the final design, which would come back through council. Again, my officers are away this morning, but my understanding is that some of the consultation would be wrapped into the overall cycle lane consultation that's underway. But yes, I think that again, another good learning on this is that this is a very this is an issue of great interest to our public. So it's something that we think it would be very good to get elected member input on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm aware, as a regular user of this cycleway, I'm aware that there have been quite a number of issues with cars parking in the cycle lane itself. And I did have some advice about whether or not it's designated as a permanent cycleway determines whether or not we can, enforce people not parking in there. Can you comment on at what point we could make a decision that this would be a permanent cycleway, so that the parking in the cycleway could be regulated?
Adam, is that something you can answer? If not, I'll go on.
I was just simply to say that, my involvement with this project is largely finished in the end of June 2021, except to say that we would probably look to do that through the same process of moving it to the permanent solution in terms of following consultation and so forth regarding what that separators might look like and the like.
So, Councillor Johnson, apologies. All of my transport managers are away sick at the moment, So we can get an answer back to you to confirm how we would go about making the cycle lanes permanent and preventing parking. But yes, generally when we've got a permanent cycle lane, there is no parking on there.
Okay, because my understanding was from staff that when this paper was presented, this would be the opportunity to make that decision. But I see that isn't in the recommendation. So I'm just wondering if a decision has been made to push that out.
Through the chair, I think to Adam's point, I think when we came back with a design, that would be the time at which we sought the permanent solution to be endorsed.
Okay. All right. So just one more then. Given the experience, both good and bad, of using the planter boxes as a kind of a moving options for developing a cycle lane, are we considering using them in the future for future trial cycleways around the city?
Through the chair, my perspective on our perspective on planter boxes specifically is that they are not a good separator for people and traffic in a live road environment. I have seen elsewhere in the country some really good examples of where these planter boxes are used more on the curbside as sort of pedestrian protection or demarcation, but not in a live roadway.
Okay, cool. I think that's quite a reassuring answer. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Adam, and thanks, Sarah. Just a couple questions, one of which follows on from the most recent answer to Councillor Johnson, in which I understand that the intent is to not use planter boxes if there's future prototyping or trialing type of approaches. Can I understand whether we will be still using prototyping and trial sort of approaches and just using other forms of barriers, or is this a signal that we might be pulling back from that approach?
Through the chair, part of the learning out of this was that we needed to formalise a more risk-based approach to that cycle lane delineation, particularly on those sort of fast roads, where we really need to think about what the separator is doing, and what we are proposing it's to do. You know, is it going to be providing some sort of impact barrier? Is it going to be a visual delineation? You know, how's it meant to be working? How's it meant to be protecting people? We all agree that innovation is really important, and that the ability to rapidly innovate, the ability to be able to rapidly test things, and in some cases rapidly fail, is really important. It's a really important thing for us to continue to do. But one of our big learnings out of this was just how we factor in some of those risk-based elements more. So we're certainly not taking innovation off of the table, but we are looking at how we do some of that early decision making to make sure that we factor in some of those risk elements more.
Great, thank you. Second question is just around the resolution as worded. As it is worded, will elected members see the actual feedback from the community, or will we be limited and only see the officers' digest of that?
Through the chair, I'm aware that this was raised as that this has been raised as a question, and I guess we are looking to, as I said, we really recognise my starting point. We really recognise that this is an issue of great interest to the public, And as an issue of great interest to the public, it will very much be of great interest to you all. If you direct us to make all feedback available, we can certainly do that. It would be helpful to get elected members' viewpoint on this in advance so that we can design a process that works. Because at the moment, as councillors are all aware, we've had an enormous amount of feedback on Facebook, for example, which wouldn't necessarily count as consultation feedback, but we have had a lot of feedback on there. Some of the things that we've put up for feedback, including the wastewater consent, get international commentary. So if we hear from you what your direction is, we'll be able to design something that works to meet it.
Thank you. That's helpful, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just questions first off to you, Adam. When you've got note that the cycle number's increased and it's gone up to 17 an hour, is that consistent over I'm not sure what measure that is. Is that a 10-hour day over 7 days a week, or is that just a one snapshot hour that you guys went down to monitor?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, this issue was raised following the initial discussion. Following the closure of the infrastructure committee, and I offer my apologies for not being clearer about that data point. First, I can provide you a bit more detail on that, which is to say that this was done over a period of 2 to 3 hours over several days, both in November and then subsequently in May, and so that's the average hourly rate. More recently, although we ended up installing a camera at Pitt Street in Maine as part of this project that uses artificial intelligence to automatically categorize cyclists passing through and count them. Unfortunately, due to a range of teething issues, we weren't able to get this up in time to have a good data set before the trial started, so we don't have comparability there. But we are currently seeing an average across different times of. So the data set that I have suggests that over this entire year, averaged across all days, rain, hail, or shine, that we're seeing about 80 cyclists a day using that. So that's obviously, you get different patterns depending on the daytime versus nighttime drops off, weekends versus weekdays. But on average, year to date, we're seeing 80 cyclists per day.
Can I just challenge that then? Because if what you're using as baseline figures was 6 an hour, and if I just used a 10-hour day for daylight hours, that's 60 a day. And now you're saying we're averaging 80 a day. I just don't.
Sure.
If that's the measure, I'm not seeing the great increase. And because the reason I'm challenging it is because I'm drive down there most days myself, and very rarely do I see a cyclist. So I just want to understand how robust those numbers are. So 80 a day is what you're saying is the best figures we've got on average, rain, shine, hail, whatever, which is working out to me about, on a 10-hour day, to be fair, 8 a day.
Sure. So sorry, I should have been clearer. The
8 an hour. Sorry, 8 an hour.
Yes. The figures in the report are comparable. So you have a November, and it was the same methodology taken over several fine days in the morning during the morning peak, and then again in November. So the 6 and the 17 are, during between, I think it was 7 and 10 o'clock, several occasions, manual counts. We average of those November figures is 6 per hour during that morning peak, and then in May 2021, the data was showing 17 per hour. Now, you know, the usage pattern probably wouldn't surprise anyone that we're tending to see is that you get people coming into town in the morning, cycling to work during a work day, and then you know, in the opposite direction in the early evening. So again, my apologies for not being clear about what that data is signifying, but so that's a morning peak direct comparison between before and after, where we're seeing that roughly tripling of cyclist numbers. But subsequently, we've been able to get this camera monitoring working, and we're seeing that translates that 17 per hour in the early morning to about 80 across the day on average. So this, so again, 17 per hour is on fine days in the morning during a weekday. The 80 per hour is rainy day. You know, is that average is brought down by rainy days, you know, weekends, public holidays, what have you. So hopefully that clarifies that situation.
Thank you. The second line of questioning, I just wanted to understand what sort of dollar provisions have we got in our long-term plan for doing the kind of concrete separations or gardens that were in the images you showed, alongside what Sarah, you were mentioning, roundabouts treatments and the interface of those areas. Do we have money in our long-term plan for those treatments currently?
Through the chair, we definitely have money for the on-road permanent solution to the cycle lane. My understanding is that we have money for the off-road cycle lane. The element that we don't currently have anything in the LTP for specifically is the junctions and how we treat the cycle lanes at the junctions, the roundabouts and the signalised intersections.
Okay. And just, I guess, finally, Mr. Mayor, just my last query is when we're looking at this trial for some years, or for the period of a year or so, how long has the trial been? It's been over a year, isn't it? It's been since November, May 2021. So this last year or so, the optionality of what we've been looking at, have these ideas of the plants and that's concrete separation, have they been the main shortlisted options that we've developed? What are some of the other ideas that have come through that have been explored?
Through the chair, Councillor Vaughan, what this triggered with us, there were some other trials at the time of things like timber planting areas as well, but part of what this triggered with us on that cycle lane separation thing was that consideration of that risk-based approach and how we would structurally do that. So we did where we actually went was starting to look at other people's approaches to sort of cycle lanes specifically, and the guidance that was out there on cycle lane separation. So whilst there were trials of different materials at the time, part of what we started to do was to look at that whole, how fast is the road going, has it got lots of bends, has it got trucks on it, all of that as a sort of a risk-based approach.
Okay. I think that's me for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Look, it's been acknowledged that the planters aren't an appropriate permanent solution, and certainly some of our community are quite cross about those planters being there. If what's being suggested is that that you leave them there while you're working on a permanent solution, if those planters were to be removed, would the white lines that are there be adequate to temporary separator for the cycleways?
Through the chair, really good question, Councillor Naylor. The white lines are a signal. I, having discussed this with the transport team, our advice is that certainly the planters have been more effective than simply the white lines in some areas in terms of not just delineating the cycle lane, but giving cyclists a sense of security from that, having that separator there. So our recommendation would be to leave at least sort of most of the swathes of the planter boxes in place in the interim. There are some places where they haven't been that effective, and where they've been removed and vandalised, and where there've been issues around corners and things where they're not performing, they're certainly not now performing the function that they were intended to perform. But as somewhere signalling a cycle lane, particularly because we are intending to get out there quickly and put something permanent in, our initial recommendation is for those main swathes, the officer recommendation is that those main swathes, we retain the planters to signal the more permanent solution coming shortly. But we fix them in place, because at the moment even the fixing was only a trial in one area, and that's led to people continuing to vandalise the other ones.
Okay,
If
and
I
just
may-
further.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Would you mind? I could probably add a little bit of additional perspective through you, Mr. Mayor, to your question. So when we initially rolled out the cycleway, the painted white lines came first, and then the planted boxes came sequentially thereafter, because there was a little bit more involved logistically in terms of getting them out onto site and so forth. What we did observe was that the painted white lines alone weren't sufficient to exclude vehicles, and that what ended up happening was that cars continued to park in those spaces, and thus the cycle lane was effectively defunct as a consequence of there being a lack of separation. So that.
Okay, just miss. Oh, sorry. Have you finished?
Oh, only to say, so that, I mean, that's just a small piece of evidence, but that's the evidence that we have on that front.
Thank you. Just further to that, I mean, there is comment in the paper about the accidents that were reported to council. People in the community are certainly commenting that there've been a large amount of accidents, but that just those haven't been reported to council. Since this paper's been put together, have officers become aware of any of that further feedback from the community about a perceived risk of those planter boxes being hit by cars and damaging, causing damage or creating or accidents?
I could possibly just, oh, sorry. Part of what might be useful, sorry, Sarah, is just that I bring up the map again, because I know you don't have access to the PowerPoint, just to provide a bit of context for the comments that Sarah has made regarding the position of which areas we're looking to remove or recommending to remove immediately, because these are also the areas where those accidents have been predominantly observed. So, and in particular, it's this section here between Botanical Road and Shamrock Street, where there are a number of driveways that cross that cycleway. From there on, from Shamrock through most of the rest of the cycleway, with the exception of entrances into New World Complex and then the slip lane opposite the railway land, there are relatively few vehicle crossings. But the childcare centres in particular and the BP obviously have heavy traffic volumes, and so that's been the predominant cause, we feel, of these accidents, where we're predominantly talking about them being clipped as a vehicle either turns in comes out again. And that's the section that we're talking about removing immediately. Sorry to interrupt you there, Sarah.
No, that's fine. Thank you. In relation to the accidents, so Councillor Naylor through the chair, yes, we do get people commenting on Facebook, or we hear anecdotally, or in some cases people write to you councillors and you let us know. So we are conscious that there are accidents that are not officially reported. Yeah, we're very conscious of that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
Just on that question, and you talk about the white lines, but of course there is the green designation as well, which is sort of internationally known as cycle space. Would that be added?
Through the chair, do you mean would that be added before the permanent works or as part of the permanent works?
Oh, either or. Say there was a call to remove the planter boxes, but the space was to be retained. I'm hearing from Adam that the white lines aren't enough. Would the green paint clearly delineate that is a cycle lane? Bearing in mind it's been a protected cycle lane for 18 or 15 months or whatever it is here.
I can talk to the officers and come back to you about whether we would recommend doing that early. It would certainly be part of the permanent solution. If the planter boxes were removed, I'll check with the officers just to make sure that we weren't thinking about a different sort of surfacing when the permanent installation went in, because if we were, then it would be a wasted cost, if you like, or a spent twice cost. So I'll come back to you on that once I've confirmed with the transport team.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and lots of my questions have been answered, so thank you to the officers for that. This is another one, probably in the same lines as Councillor Naylor, actually, just seeking some commentary on some of the lively interface elected members have had with the community over this. And particularly, there's a comment in the report, second paragraph on page 124 of the agenda paper, where the report says the cycleway was initially highly contentious. Negative feedback reduced with time as users became accustomed. And the question that's been put to me by members of the community, so I'll seek your comment on it, is how do we evidence that the negative feedback reduced as a result of people becoming accustomed and not due to other factors? How is that evidenced?
Well, I can answer that through you, Mr. Mayor. There's sort of a range of ways in which that was extremely obvious to officers going through it. As we talked about, following the initial feedback, we had hundreds of thousands of views on our Facebook post and thousands of comments. Majority of those initially weren't actually focused on the planter boxes, but on certain, shall we say, pinch points and key issues that had arisen regarding vehicle deliveries and a sense of unease for motorists parking alongside the railway land about opening their doors onto oncoming traffic, for example. So, we had endeavoured to address those issues as quickly as we possibly could, and then when we did so, those comments disappeared. Obviously, we haven't heard since we made the that change in terms of introducing a buffer for car doors on railway. Any comments about that issue? So both in terms of issue-specific complaints declined once we addressed them, as one would hope, and then overall the number of comments, both on terms of Facebook and in terms of the tracking of complaints coming through our call centre as well, which declined dramatically following the first couple weeks and months. Certainly by the end of the trial period, those issues had largely ceased to exist, and from then and as you until now, the primary issue has been only with respect to the planter boxes. So that's the evidentiary basis for that statement.
Thank you, Adam. That is very helpful, because I'm sure other elected members as well have heard that suggestion that people just gave up complaining because nothing happened. And what you've explained is that actually action was taken. So thank you for that.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope this will be quick. Just wanted to confirm with you, Adam, that the baseline data of the 6 cyclists per hour back in November 2020, was that just over the 3-hour period for 2 or 3 days? I just want to understand where we can measure the 80 a day currently being measured, what our base cycle count was. How was that measured, and how to bring some correlation and confidence in that growth in numbers?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have direct comparability between the figure of the 80 a day, which, as I said, is only become available or reliable post-delivery. So there's no 24/7 data that we have prior to the delivery, which is unfortunate. I did my best to try and get that arranged beforehand, but we had a lot of teething issues with the technology and so forth, as you might expect, adapting to local conditions. Yes, so that 80 per day is a long-running time series data, 24/7 data. What we're comparing in terms of the numbers in the report, the 6 and the 17, is manual counts taken by officers on site between 8 and 10 a.m. At the Main and Pitt Street intersection, so the same intersection as the 24/7 data, but between 8 and 10 a.m. over the course of several days in November and May, respectively. So those data are comparable, but give you we can perform some statistical analysis and say, well, that the 80 that we're seeing through the 24/7, would correlate with a roughly 25 per day beforehand, before the rollout, but really that is only ever a gross extrapolation of the relatively small amount of data that we have prior to the rollout.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to indicate, if there's no further questions, that I would like to move the alternate recommendation, which I circulated to members this morning, and ask for a seconder.
Okay. You've got, I think, Councillor Johnson there. Yep. There's a couple of others in the wings as well. So could we just get those up? Now, have we all finished questions of the officers? Looks like we have. Okay. Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Sarah. Very contentious bit of work, but nevertheless, thank you for your efforts. Right, we'll go to the recommendation, and Councillor Barrett, you said you had an amendment or an alternative?
That's correct. It was circulated to elected members with a copy to Hannah White.
Okay, and Councillor Johnson has seconded that. I'm quite happy to move number 1 because I think we need to move on with this. So could I have a seconder for number 1?
Sorry, just, well, to clarify, number 3, I think, as it now stands.
Oh, okay, sorry, I haven't read yours. Sorry, Councillor, I have not read yours. It actually contradicts number 1. So, okay, extinguish that. So it just take me out. And it then becomes that the Chief Executive direct officers report back Infrastructure Committee on a community feedback development design, final before implementation, and that all community feedback related to development design made publicly available. Okay, that's fine. That's basically what number 1 is, with a bit more public involvement. Okay, we'll take yours first, Councillor, if you wish to speak to it.
Happy to, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has obviously been a journey in terms of getting where we are today in how we actually approach innovation in the transport system broadly, and particularly how we approach providing safe space and options for people in terms of their transport choices in our city. And undoubtedly, we as elected members have learned a lot. I think staff have learned a lot too, as we've heard through the presentation, in terms of how we approach this. But first and foremost, would want to thank officers for taking this step to move us into an innovation space, and remind colleagues of the huge amount of value that we actually get by prototyping and testing before committing to very, very expensive, relatively speaking, ongoing permanent solutions. We've definitely set ourselves up to get a high level of community feedback, and to be able to work with the observations and data over the last year or two to actually develop what I think will end up being a very suitable permanent design solution here. So the reason that I wanted to bring the recommendation forward in this specific form is that we've had some cases recently where the community input around specific projects, especially transport-related projects, hasn't been completely visible to elected members or to the community, and we've only had access to a summary version of that through the officer's report. And I'm very keen that we are walking the talk in terms of transparency and making sure that there is full visibility around inputs into decision making, and how that is responded to. I think it's most appropriate if somebody is going to speak up in favor, against, or whatever their views are around a particular matter, that input is available to the public for visibility. So would urge you to support this approach on that basis, so that we have good public visibility around all the community input that will feed in to the final decision making here. This broadly sits and is consistent with the master plan that's been developed in terms of the cycle network, and really pleased to hear that officers are wanting to move at pace to move from the temporary structures that are in place to a more permanent solution. So look forward to that design and information coming through in due course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did I see a recommendation that also, is there other recommendations coming forward to remove the planter boxes that I saw up on the screen before it got removed?
Yeah, no, it's definitely there, but we're just doing this amendment first from Councillor Barrett. Okay, well, speaking to it, first off, I just want to say that unfortunately, I think after a year of having these in place, the data set from the baseline figures was not strong. And even having to question, because it wasn't clear in the report, just what the frequency of the monitoring and how it was done was not clear to me until today. I'm understanding 80 a day, cyclists a day. That spike, which was coming through back in May 21, almost seems like a novelty factor in some ways of people increasing it, because my observations would question just how many are using it. So I'm weighing up the public's disapproval from it, which has been very strong and very clear,
to remove the cycle planter boxes and just keep the cycle lanes. I'm thinking we almost need to do another set of monitoring. The monitoring to me, if I use 6 an hour back before we started the trial and work that out on an average day, I'm wondering on a 10-hour day, just to use some basis to measure it on, because I'm left to guess in some ways, that there might have been 50 or 60 people. Now we're saying 80, and that's not a huge increase to my mind, especially if there was just some return trips to town and then back at the end of the day, back again. You know, that's the difference of maybe 15 extra cyclists. And so I'm left to question with the baseline figures where we started from and how accurate the monitoring is. I thought that would have formed a key part of the rationale for progressing this project. And that's why I thought we were having the trial, is to monitor it and get some accurate trends. The other scope of the designs, I'm not sure what these are costing. We're going to design these without any budget provision, it seems, because we know how much a roundabout can cost, and that's those other treatments. While they look great, I'm not sure what cost they come at. So I think that's a secondary decision, and that will, I guess, come back to another annual plan next year, because they're certainly not in this year's annual plan, from what I understand. And then I guess the other area I just really want to make comment on, and it'll probably come when we have the removal of these planter boxes, and because again it's come into public space around the treatment we had in just recently installed and then taken back out again. It just shows at East Street the lack of thought of what we're doing as far as having a solution in these traffic calming measures, having a best guess type of thing, and trying to use 2 treatments, it seemed, in one installation. I know there was communication issues, but to think that that was an outcome, it kind of concerned me, and that seemed the case since the comments I've had from members of the public since. So all of that to say, this hasn't been compelling for me as far as the increase in use. The treatment of the planter boxes have been, when it was talked about, a hot topic. I'd agree. It's still, when it was brought back up in the media recently, it brought back the heat, and so I want to reflect that. And then the solutions, I'm not sure if we've really scoped out how much they cost, and so therefore I come to this cost-benefit situation, and I'm still left with a question mark, and I find that disappointing to be at this stage after a year's trial. So I just want to express that, and express that on behalf of a number of members of the community that are really questioning it also. And I don't think this has been compelling for them to. So, yep, let's see how this goes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to make a few comments in general about the cycleway, and then just to touch on the need for the feedback to come back. So, I mean, first of all, I am speaking as a cyclist that uses this piece of road, used it before the cycleway and have used it since, and not quite every day, but certainly several days a week. The first thing to say is that a separated cycleway makes cyclists feel more confident, and particularly on a piece of dual carriageway where, although the speed limit might be 50, a lot of people are doing much nearer 60, and there's heavy goods vehicles. So the feeling of separation from the traffic stream is a very important one. And from a cyclist perspective, the planters certainly gave you that feeling of security. Now, I do take on board the comments that the Chief Infrastructure Officer made about the planters, and from my perspective as a motorist, I would agree that the planters were quite low, and so they were hard for motorists to visualise, and certainly initially as well, the dark coloured ones before they got the reflective strips on were hard to see at night. So definitely, you know, there's been some learning from the materials that were used, but I don't think as leaders of the city, we should be basing our decision on whether or not to continue with separated cycleways solely on public feedback about the aesthetics and the practicality of planters as the separators. And so I just would like to remind us all that our strategy is to get more people cycling, both for their health, fitness and well-being, and also for reduction of carbon emissions, and that we need to get mode shift, and mode shift out of cars and onto bikes is not going to happen unless people feel safe. So, you know, I do think we have indicated that this will be a cycle route into the CBD. We had the debate last month, I believe, about Ferguson Street and whether or not that was a suitable road for cyclists. And at that point, the point was made, well, cyclists need to come into the CBD on Main Street. So if we're saying that Main Street is and Pioneer Highway are the routes into the city, then they need to be safe for cyclists. So I do support the way that changes were made to this to accommodate both motorists, business owners, as well as cyclists. The planter boxes, I think we can all agree, were not a tremendous success, and certainly did lead to a lot of extra work in the way that they were moved around and tipped over and so on. So I'm relieved to hear they're not going to be pressed into future service, but I would like to think that we will continue to try and innovate around cycleways. I think it's important. It's hard work. Like we're all aware, it's a polarizing topic. But nevertheless, I think if we're providing the sort of leadership that we should be doing as the city in terms of trying to get mode shift, trying to take action that will reduce our carbon emissions, as we've agreed is one of our goals, then we need to be pressing on with making cycling facilities available to as many people as possible, and that means making them safe. So in terms of the feedback coming back on the final design, I think it's always helpful to us to be able to hear what everybody has got to say. It's also got helpful for us to be able to read it or hear it in their own voice and not have it sort of filtered through another mechanism. So I do support that feedback coming back, and I'm looking forward to there being a permanent cycleway on here. Just a word about the sort of changes that might happen in the interim. I can absolutely vouch for the fact that if there are no separations, then motorists don't respect paint on the road. Absolutely not. It does nothing at all. And so I would caution those who want to take the planters away before we've actually got another solution in place, because it will simply make it less safe. Thanks.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking briefly in support of the recommendations. Delighted to see that the planter boxes will go, and I think our community will be pleased with that. But as Councillor Johnson has just said, I would caution that being an appropriate process to maintain the very good work that we've started in providing a sense of safety and security for cyclists along that road. I'm sure, like many of you, you'll have seen, and I was delighted to see, groups of school children led by teachers using the opportunity of that protected cycleway to raise confidence in using bikes as their primary mode of transport. That would not have happened without the security given by separated cycleways, actually separated, not just paint on roads. And I was interested in the discussion about numbers, but I don't find that compelling, to be absolutely honest, because we're talking about a disconnected piece of a network. We're not going to see huge uplift until we do the work to provide a connected cycle structure. So every piece taken in isolation will always be vulnerable to this debate of, well, nobody uses it. I've never seen a cyclist in my life. And if we're swayed by that, then we'll never do anything, and we need to start somewhere. And so I'm delighted to see that we're starting here. And I'll also mention a huge thanks to Waka Kotahi for their partnership in giving us the opportunity to trial this cycleway. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also speaking in support and I guess being aware of the time, I won't speak to the future recommendations coming, but they'll be captured in these comments. I do think if we go back and look at actually what the objectives of this trial were around, increasing people cycling, trialling a separation, a physical separation with the cycle lanes, then actually there have been some big successes with this trial. Certainly the physical separator has caused a bit of conflict with people, being the planter boxes that we've used. But I would also take a very firm stance that if you cannot stay in your lane while you are driving, you should not be on the road. The photos that we saw, particularly of some of the crashes, with a bright green planter box either under or up against a car, those people should not be driving. I do not have sympathy for them. What we have seen is an increase, albeit a small increase, but an increase. That is what we wanted to see. That this trial has worked. It has been a brilliant first step to test a physical separation, because we know paint on the road does not work. We have constantly got photos being sent through of people parking in cycle lanes, of people driving in them, of them, as it's been said, not being respected. Paint on the road does not work. Physical separation does work. We have seen it with this trial. And I am an absolute supporter of that continuing. Any suggestion of premature removal of a physical barrier to separate, I will not support. We have been through this trial where we have essentially conditioned some behaviour change, some acceptance of a physical separation, and if we take that away, people slip back into old habits. Then there will be another uproar when we go and try and do something, albeit the same thing, again, because it is different. What we need to do is we need some continuity now to say it's not for long, we're working on it, but actually a physical separation is the best way forward for our key cycle routes in the city, and Main Street is one of those. So we should be thankful that it was planter boxes and not cyclists who were injured through the trial, and we should continue with a physical separation and not paint on the road until we get to what our ideal permanent solution is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to totally disagree with the last speaker. I'll just read you a letter from Anthony Cuff, which was sent to staff this week. And of course, he's our Olympic champion, probably our foremost cyclist in the city. And his group crashed into these planter boxes, and he believed, he said the cost due to this incident alone, there was ambulances, paramedics sent. This was about 10 days ago, and note that motorists are having a problem adjusting to the new layouts. Many are misjudging these absurd obstacles which have no real purpose, provide nothing for cyclists, but are a distraction and do nothing to promote Palmerston North visitors entering into our city boundary. I believe I speak on behalf of most residents in Palmerston North whom agree that we are a disgrace, an eyesore, degrade our beautiful city, let alone the waste of ratepayers' money. We believe these dangerous obstacles are a severe hazard and should be removed immediately. If further barriers is required, then consult with the public properly and get professional people to make an appropriate approach. Meanwhile, a petition will be collected and delivered to WorkSafe New Zealand and the Ministry of Police to have the enforceably removed. I'll just leave it at that. But look, I don't disagree with them being a separated cycleway. That has been proven. But how we've done it has been terrible. They're on our city entranceway. If you're all not reading anything, then continue not to read anything. But 99% of the feedback has been negative. But the most positive thing about all of this, it has proven that a separated cycleway can work down that road. As some of the councillors have said, it's a wide road. It can cope with the separations well and truly. But do we continue with these planter boxes? I don't think we should, but we'll have that discussion in a moment. So I will support this amendment of Councillor Barrett's. The public should have their say, and in some ways be careful what you wish for, because I do believe there is support for a cycleway, but certainly not planter boxes. And I'm glad that they've been put out to pasture, excuse the pun. So, Councillor Barrett, I'll come back to you for right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just briefly, we'll speak to the points pertinent to this recommendation, reserve right to speak on the other, given that the debate has drifted a bit between the two areas. So thanks to colleagues for the comments and many constructive comments coming in there. Just wanted to pick up on and amplify an area that I think I have quite a lot of common ground with Councillor Dennison on, in terms of a desire for better and richer monitoring and understanding what's actually happening in these spaces. It's an area of council investment that's been quite starved since I've joined council, and we really haven't had the tools to properly monitor and understand what's happening, either in terms of a number sense or moving beyond that to actually understand some demographics or some user feedback, etc., around parts of our transport network, especially the cycle lanes. So I think whether we're open-minded about the value of these things, or already have views at either end of the spectrum around safe spaces for cyclists, having good data to hand is a helpful complement. Noting as well, as Councillor Bowen so rightly said, until you actually have a network in place, you don't actually see the proper effects coming through. So certainly endorse those calls for better tools and better monitoring in terms of understanding the actual benefits that we're creating in the transport network with these sorts of interventions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barrett. We'll put the amendment back up, and I think we won't put it up because I can't see you then. And we'll do this with a show of hands. So all those in favour with the recommendation? Against? I think that's carried unanimously. All right, we'll come back to the final one. And if I could get that put up, please. Right, this is where that council removes the planter boxes as soon as practicable, but continues to secure the cycle lane space until a permanent solution is found. So, councillors, as I did drift, and I apologise, Councillor Barrett, I just had to respond to some slightly misleading comments that cyclists had not been hurt. They'd actually been hurt because of the planter boxes, and Anthony Cuff will be contacting all of you, I'm sure, as he has contacted the CE and myself. They're on our city entranceway, and they just cannot stay. I'm hoping that we can do this separated cycle lane, and I'm getting some feedback from officers that work can be done quite quickly, and that those planter boxes can be removed as soon as possible. If we continue to just drift, we'll be another 6 months and they'll still be there. I don't think that's good enough, and I don't think the public think that's good enough either. So they're terrible. They're absolutely a disgrace, and I just cannot let this moment pass without trying to make some sort of change to that. I do want a separated cycleway, and I've just voted with that along with all of you, and I think we all want that. But we have to get rid of these terrible. If there's another replacement, whether there's some other treatments that can be with some poles that can be put up, and until they get but there needs to be something else. They're just shocking. I'm sorry. So I'll open it up for other comments. Councillor Johnson.
It was just a question to you as the mover, Mr. Mayor. What did you have in mind for the second half of your recommendation when you said secure the space? Well,
Secure that space. I'm going to leave that to officers. So that may be poles, that may be paint, that may be a combination of both.
Okay.
I'm just leaving it. I don't want to put anything in there that predicts what the officers might come back with.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Yep, I support the overall direction of travel that's suggested in this report, and obviously, you know, we've got a cycle master plan, and I don't think this report is actually, the purpose of this report is to debate the value of having those separated cycleways. I think we're well on that path, and I support that. Obviously, you know, it's been acknowledged the very strong feedback from the community, and certainly I've been very much aware of that. You know, for whatever reason, this is one of these issues that has made people very cross. Some people have been very irritated, and part of that is them feeling that as council we don't listen to that feedback. Now that we're on a path where it's acknowledged that the planters are not a good separator treatment, and that they're going to be removed anyway, I think it's worth bringing that forward. Otherwise, what we risk is that the consultation process, people will just focus on the planter boxes. We'll get a whole lot of negative feedback about the planter boxes, but we won't get the feedback that we're looking for, which is actually feedback about the proposed new treatments. And certainly I liked the look of some of those proposed treatments that was shown to us in the presentation today. I guess, as well as the negative feedback, part of that feedback of people that have made me aware, it's not just about the fact that they don't like the planter boxes, but I've had a number of people who've raised issues with me that around the safety of them, and that, and the Mayor's alluded to it, spoken about it as well, where people feel like cars and cyclists have actually bumped into those planter boxes, and I'm not sure if it's because of the height or what it is, but that's the feedback I'm getting. Obviously, that's anecdotal. You know, there's a bit of mention in the report about a few instances that have been reported, but what I'm hearing is that there are a number of other situations where those sort of things are happening. I don't know what the quantity of that is, but it's certainly been reported to me a number of times. So if we're getting rid of them anyway, I think it makes a whole lot of sense just to bring that forward to reduce the irritation that it's causing in the community at the moment, and enable the consultation to focus on the right things.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Really, it's just a question just around a comment that you made in terms of the potential timeline for any permanent solution. I think that's very pertinent to, I guess, our decision in terms of whether or not those planter boxes should or should not be removed. So I just want a indication of timeline, please.
Oh, well, that would have to come from an officer. I understand it'll be in 2 years. Well, certainly the first year will be the separation, and then the treatments at intersections would be different. Is Sarah still on the line? Could you give us some sort of idea of?
Oh, sorry, you cut out at the end of that sentence, Mr. Mayor.
So, Sarah, just an idea of when this would start, when it would be complete, etc.
As I said, assuming that the design panel gets a sanction this afternoon, this will be one of the first jobs that goes to the design panel, literally next week. If we assume that a design solution would take, you know, maybe 8 weeks, we've got to have, so let's say 6 to 8 weeks if we really pushed it, because it's got to take into account all of the different crossings and junctions and resident pathways and so forth. And I can see Councillor Bruno nodding there. If we take about that amount of time, then it will need to go out to consultation. So we're talking about to do consultation and to give people time to feedback and analyse that feedback. We're talking probably another 6 weeks at best, maybe another 8. Even if we got assuming that we got the majority of the construction documentation ready to go while we were preparing while we were doing the consultation, on the assumption that we would make some minor changes and then go out, and assuming that we would be able to allocate the work within our supply chain to someone that we've already contracted with. I think best case scenario, from pushing the go button on the design to starting to build, would be for 4 to 5 months.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock, that sort of gives you a bit of an indication.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just think that it's very critical that we actually understand the timeline on that, because obviously we need to be aware of the safety of our cycling fraternity. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Just to briefly comment on this, we've come a long ways in terms of starting to provide some safe space for people on bikes and beginning to change patterns of use. So beginning to see more than just the fearless out there, beginning to see some groups of people, young people, others that wouldn't have actually been in this space. And the reason that they're there is because there is physical separation. I too will be the first to acknowledge it is not the most beautiful, but it is practical. And now that we are over a year into actually that settling in as a pattern, it would be quite foolish for the want of a couple months to change direction now, pull everything out, create a whole lot of confusion about what the future actually looks like there, and then go out and consult on something again. The basis for consultation is most simple and straightforward when described as a progression from the trial that is there to a permanent solution, and pulling everything out in the middle of that is just going to create more confusion than help. It is a physical benefit to people on bikes in that space every day, and it should be maintained until such time as we can deliver a permanent improvement in that area. Thank you.
Councillor Dingwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Barrett actually said it better than I was planning to, but I do not want to support this recommendation at the moment, because I'm not seeing the urgency of needing to remove the barriers right now. I'm aware that there has been feedback, but actually there's been feedback on both sides. There are people who are grateful that we have those barriers there, who have never felt comfortable cycling along those roads because they feel so dangerous. And as it turns out, they are a little bit dangerous because cars can't seem to stay in their own lanes when it comes to cycleways. So I think making sure that there are barriers there is vital. And as a mother, I actually appreciate knowing that when my kids are cycling along that road, there's at least some kind of barrier between them and the big traffic that we see on that street. So I don't think that removing the planter boxes for the sake of removing the planter boxes is a good idea. Removing the planter boxes to replace them with something else that might work better than planter boxes, that could be a good idea, but that's not what this recommendation is asking us to do. So I'm happy to keep it the way it is until officers have figured out how we can make this a better cycleway barrier.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like you, I've had the public feedback and explaining to me how they're an eyesore and an embarrassment coming into the main entranceway to the city. In the report that's just gone out today, one of the residents have described them not as planter boxes, but as troughs. And so it's hard to stand here with the opportunity to remove them and not go with it, because I guess what the Mayor's also set up is to have them replaced with a more traditional type of treatment for separation, rather than sitting and having the public's wider viewpoint coming through quite hot and quite strong and ignore it. I think it's responsive of us to put a recommendation to remove them and have the opportunity to replace them. And it's not necessarily immediately, it's with as soon as possible to get that, take them out and install yellow markers or whatever else to separate them. The traditional means seem to work well across the country, but absolutely, my vote is going for the removal of those, what was planter boxes or slash troughs or slash eyesores or whatever you come into the city and want to call them. Understanding we've had a slight increase, I think it's still a questionable increase on cycle uptake, and we still want a commitment to safety, and those traditional means will offer that. So I'm still going for a positive outcome for cyclists, but also a positive outcome for the residents, the wider residents of a city that have to put up with the complaints and the embarrassment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I have every sympathy for what you're trying to achieve here, because we've all heard that feedback. There isn't one of us who's going to say, planter boxes, that's a stroke of genius, carry on. That's not a thing. But what makes me nervous with how this is framed up is that as soon as possible. Mr. Mayor, I can't see the recommendation on screen, and I'd be looking, I don't know if I'm looking to move an amendment, but I would look to you to say, would you be open to reframing slightly this recommendation to say, replace immediately with an alternative solution so that we don't have the gap? I think what I'm hearing from colleagues is they're really concerned that if we remove the physical separation, any gap in that provision sets us back and undermines future provision. And I think if you would be willing to amend as soon as practicable to remove the planter boxes and replace immediately with an alternative solution, that might solve that issue. So I'll be delighted if you would be willing to consider that, but if not, I would move that as a recommendation and seek a seconder. As an amendment, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just, if the second is okay with that, that's effectively what I'm trying to do, but leave that in the hands of the officers. So we, as skilled traffic engineers that we all are, don't make that decision. So I'm okay with that if Councillor Naylor is.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yep. So it would be the council removes the planter boxes immediately and
replaces immediately wherever immediately comes out, and replaces with an alternative solution.
Alternative solution. I'm not going to get into detail.
No.
I've seen some chats trying to force that, but I'll leave that to my right of reply because I think some have gone off track. So, Councillor Bowen, is there anything else you want to?
No, I would say I wouldn't have supported it without that, but I will support it with it. My concern here is that we maintain physical separation. I'd rather it wasn't the planter boxes. If it's something else, then I'm absolutely on board with it. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hancock?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And look, I'm sorry to just come back in with another question, really, but I'd just be really interested to hear from council officers in terms of what that alternative solution might look like in terms of a physical separation, because it is just really, really important that that exists. And I hear all the stories and I hear all the comments about the planter boxes and the eyesore and everything else like that. But the reality is that we need to be sure of what we're actually voting on. So I'd like to get some comment on that, if I could, please.
Okay, and before I ask Sarah or somebody to comment, the recommendation is slightly different to what was originally up there, because we do want to continue the permanent solution. So it replaces it with immediately replaces an alternative solution before the permanent cycleway is in place. I think it's got to have something along those lines before the permanent cycleway is in place. Okay, that just makes that nice and clear. Now, Sarah, would you just? I'm sorry, you've been put on the spot, so it's up to you how you want to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hancock, for raising this question. I guess, again, given what we've looked at in terms of a risk-based approach to traffic separation, in reality, the only temporary solution that would be available to us would, if we took the planter boxes out, excuse me, if we took the planter boxes out, would be those plastic high-vis poles, which we would have to, that would be quite a lot of them. We'd have to source from Fulton Hogan. But that would be our only real viable short-term solution.
Sarah, would you not have the plastic nibbing that you put at car parks, other areas that the raised.
We might put that as a base, Mr. Mayor, but we'd also have to put those plastic high-vis for the actual separation.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Yeah,
it's and that would be our only solution. It would be a sort of temporary plastic approach. The money for it would come out of the same budget, presumably, as the permanent solution budget. But we don't have any other sort of highly innovative approaches at present, because it's a heavily trafficked road. We'd have to put something on it that had good fixity and good visibility.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Couple of jump back in. Sorry, Adam, you were speaking.
Just to piggyback on the back of what Sarah's just said there, it'd just be useful to just get a little clarity in the recommendation regarding the timing of the removal. As the recommendation is currently written, the planter boxes, we would remove them presumably this week, and then, which is, if that's what elected members wish, that's fine. Just the tenor of the conversation seems to be that as soon as we were able to source an alternative material, flexi posts or what have you, then we would immediately remove the planter boxes and replace them with those.
That's where I'm heading. Yes, I'm not asking you to do something that's not in train.
Can I just make a comment? Oh, can I make a comment? I think when Councillor Bowen was speaking, I thought she had suggested that immediately be further in, like, as in the council removes the planter boxes and replaces immediately with an alternative solution. I thought that's what she was suggesting, which makes is probably a little bit clearer in that. I mean, I'm not expecting officers to be removing them this week. That's unrealistic.
Yeah.
So replaces immediately with an I think that's probably better.
Would remove the planter boxes as soon as practical be in line with what you're suggesting?
Yes, just put as soon as possible. Whatever dictates that it needs some level of urgency, but it needs to be in a supply chain without tying everybody up in knots. Okay, we've got a couple that have jumped back in. Councillor Bowen. No, we can't hear you.
Councillor Naylor had reflected accurately my intention. Thank you for that.
Right. And Councillor Johnson.
It was just a question, I guess, to staff. There is a part of the cycleway at the moment that's separated by those kind of reflective posts, and that's the narrow part outside the West Street shops. And I wondered if that was the type of solution that was likely to be coming forward to replace the planter boxes in the short term.
Through the chair, Councillor Lorna, yes, that is the type of solution that would come through in the short term.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Naylor, you've popped in again.
Sorry, just forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, thank you. All right, everyone's waiting for lunch, and I apologise that we're doing this on the fly a little bit. Look, just write a reply. I just want to emphasise that these planted boxes are not councillors. For those in the wider public, they're not. This hasn't been a councillor decision. It was very much a government-funded, officer-led project. So, because there has been some confusion that we've made these and put them in, and you know, we haven't had any part in that decision. So I think that needs to be right up in front and centre. If we don't do this, the consultation, as Councillor Naylor said, on the wider separated cycle lane will turn ugly. I'm absolutely sure of it, and it will turn into a bike lash, and it shouldn't, because actually it's a good thing. It's a good story. It's part of the wider master plan, cycle master plan, and that's where we should be heading. I don't think there's going to be confusion. There's been some statements of confusion. If there is another treatment, and thank you for the councillors that have teased that out. My daughter lives in Lyall Bay, and I get there via Kilburnie and Hataitai, and these separations are in place where they've got a nib which is bolted in, similar to what the car parks have, and then a pole is on top of that. That's in a busier road than Main Street. So I do believe we can do something there that's more traditional, doesn't look like an eyesore, but allows us to get a stronger, more permanent treatment. And it gives the officers and everyone a little bit more time. I strongly advise councillors to support this, because we've got to start listening to our residents. This has had, contrary to other views too today, this has had probably a 95% disapproval rate. So for misinformation, but actually we do need to start listening. So please, if you can support this, it gets us in a better way to getting a more permanent cycleway in the future. So please, if I can ask you to support it. For the interests of, I might do a division if that's okay, just if I can sense some people will be on the fence. So Hannah, if I can ask you to vote by division, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the motion before you, councillors, that council removes the planter boxes as soon as practicable and replaces immediately with an alternative solution before the permanent cycleway is in place. Mr. Mayor.
4.
Deputy Mayor Rutherford. Deputy Mayor, are you there?
Sorry, I've only just jumped back on. We just had a power cut. So I've just missed, I'm not sure what we're doing.
The motion before us is that council removes the planter boxes as soon as practicable and replaces immediately with an alternative solution before the permanent cycleway is in place. We're just taking a division. Would you like to vote or abstain?
Sorry, I'm just quickly reading it. 4.
Councillor Harpeta has put in her apologies. Councillor McCallard.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Finlay.
4.
Councillor Hancock.
4.
Councillor Butt.
4.
Councillor Dennison.
4.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Councillor Beattie.
4.
Councillor Naylor.
4.
Councillor Dingwall.
Against.
Councillor Petrinas.
4.
Councillor Meehan.
4.
That's 13 for and 2 against, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we've got through that, councillors. We're at, I'm just trying to read my, right, we're at 1:30. We're going to break for lunch, well overdue. Apologies for that. So we'll be back online at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch.